Hello, and welcome to another stream. I don't know why that's funny, but it's funny. Let's see, what day is today? I didn't stream yesterday, but today is Thursday, May 7th of 2020. And I forgot to set everything up. Oops, I forgot to start. I started the bot. Nope, I did not start the bot. Let's see. Oops. That's not the right command. Oh, how do I chat? Okay, it's the empty string. That makes sense. Kind of makes sense. Actually, I don't know what it just did. Let's see. Bang today. Miscellaneous. Open source things. Flake8 pytest? Question mark? Okay. Alright, we're good. Let's see. Keyboard looks good. Alright. Professional streamer. Hey, what's up, Android and RKJ and Zimzend? And who else we got? C Complex. Hello, hello. Welcome to the stream. Yep, got some Pythonks up there. You know, one thing I want to change, I think. Oh, also, this is kind of funny. I was like, I was starting up a stream and I was like, what is this F file in the bot directory? And so I ran cat F, and this was from the Twitch over curl thing from last stream. So you can see there's a little me there. But then it like super messes up the terminal, so I gotta kill that tab. But I wanted to see what the badges look like if they're only 1 character wide, because I think the 3 character wide is a little bit much. Let me see what that looks like. I can just change the one for me and see what that looks like. And I haven't merged the thing that fixes the output. That's a little less distracting. I think we're gonna do that. Oh no, is Bang Today still broken? Oh fuck, I did it wrong. You're right, N4 and R. I needed to do set today. And then Bang Today will work. There we go. I know how my own bot works. Also, hello N4 4R and Parsit. Hello. And Recursive Chat. How's it going? But yeah, I think we're gonna go for the smaller ones. Oh man, I really like this song. You're starting on a good one today. But yeah, the plan for today, well, Did my patch for the bot scare you? Yes, I'm very scared. It seems like there should surely be a simpler way to do this. This is the patch for graceful shutdown. I read through it and I was like, oh boy, there's a lot going on there. Don't ask me how I know this. But yeah, this seems pretty wild that there isn't a great way to yeah, like I would expect this to do the thing, the right thing, the correct thing, but it does not for whatever reason. This is the state of async IO, so it's all a dumpster fire. Amazing. Ugh. But I'm just sad. I'm just sad that it's so shitty. Like, it could be so much better. I don't know, Anthony will figure it out. Amazing. But yeah, it's fun. Not sure what's going on this line. Oh yeah. This is probably a non-graceful shutdown, if I had to guess. I'm not actually sure though. Hey, what's up, Pew WTD? Hello, hello. How's it going? Right, so we actually, I'm gonna look at this more and do some more research for this, because I don't know, it's like, it's a little annoying, but it's not a huge deal right now. Runtime error event loop is closed. So it closes the event loop twice. Amazing. Anyway, I'm gonna look more at that later. But yeah, so we actually talked a little bit about the first patch that I want to work on today. Last stream, or was it 2 streams ago? I don't know. Time is a blur. Hey, what's up, Arjuna the Feared and Carmack? Welcome back to you both. Let's see. Yeah, so there's kind of like 3 issues here that I think are pretty easy to fix. And let me just add the right milestone to this so that we make sure it gets into this release before it's done. But yeah, this one is the one that I definitely want to fix because it's a regression. So what happens here is if you have a check that yields a line number or a column number that's out of bounds, one or the other, then I don't know why they collapsed this. Anyway, then it crashes with an unbound local error, and this should really just be a warning and should definitely not crash. But yeah, so we will fix that. But yeah, so let's jump into that. Oh boy, do I have flake8 cloned already? No, I don't. ICQA/flake8. Hey, what's up, is identical? Welcome back. How's it going? You do not have a color in chat, so you gotta randomly assign color. Zimzen has a color, Carmack does not. PewWTD and Parsit both do, and Recursive Chat does. And N4R does. Arjuna the Feared says, what's your best tip for new coders? I don't know. I think like the best tip is that everything is kind of crappy always, and like don't worry about not knowing how things work, and ask a lot of good questions. I think asking good questions is probably, you know, the best thing you can do as a newbie, and like build stuff. That's how I learn, building stuff. But I don't know. We'll see what Nalech thinks of the smaller badges when he comes in the chat, because he was not so happy about them yesterday, or Tuesday. And it feels like every day is just merged together. Recursive Chat says use OOP to the bones. Oh. The kappa needs more emphasis there. Hey, what's up, Shaz Robot? Hello, hello. Welcome back. Let's see. I'm drinking water. I've already drank some water. I don't need more water. Let's see. Yeah, because the less water I drink, the fewer breaks I have to take. Food. Yeah. I had some breakfast like an hour ago. I should be good. As Robot says, I'll be lurking while I work on this recursive MIPS final project for my computer architecture class. Have a good stream. Well, thanks for lurking. Is it Identical says, I'm doing well. How are you? I'm doing great. It's going. 8 classes a day keeps the Rona away. I'm pretty sure I already had the Rona, so we're good there. Have the Facebook full screen playback is broken. How can people mess up hardware H.264 video acceleration only in full screen? That's wild. Hey, what's up, Iron Lotta? Hello, hello. That's a fun one, certainly. But let's see. So, in order to reproduce this, this person, I think the easiest way is to just try it with a, that's the wrong file, is to try with a local plugin. Yeah. And I seem to remember this is how this works. I have to look at the docs for the thing that I maintain. That's always a good one. Local plugins. Here we go. Extension. Yeah, there we go. And what was the one in their example? A logical line thing? Where's their code? Logical line and line number. Logical line number. Yield -1. Okay, I think that is enough to do this. And I already know I need to install flake8 colors, because otherwise flake8 will do an amazing, cool thing. Function has no attribute name. No attribute version. That's weird. This does not reproduce the same as theirs. What happens if we give it a big number? There we go, there's the error. So that should be easy to fix. Fake it till you make it. I don't know that I'm faking it. I think I kind of know what's going on. There's just a lot of code here. Okay, but yeah, this is the thing that changed since last time. And the fix is easy. It's just else position equals 0, 0 or something like that. Find offset. Find the offset tuple for a single offset. This could probably be improved with a binary search, but it probably doesn't matter so much. Hey, what's up, Lorenzo Dabber? How's it going? Nice emoji there. Okay, but yeah, that's the fix. But we need to, or I want to write a test for this first. But let's see where this gets called, so we can narrow this down to the smallest thing. And offset. Interesting that Python breaks up that emoji. Oh, this isn't Python. This is my terminal. My terminal emulator doesn't have support for modifying characters. Like if I just copy that character out of chat, this is what it pastes as. So it's not actually Python. It's GNOME terminal. Does not have the skin tone modifiers. It probably also doesn't have the gender modifiers either. It's identical, says \n long rightwards arrow. Print as -c print. Nice solid arrow there. Are you trying to break chat? I see you. Let's see, find offset, logical line plugins. Okay, so that's the only place that it gets called for. Just trying, I see you. We were maybe going to add it so that you could do terminal escapes and have them show up here, but I'm not sure what that breaks. Like maybe I could only allow color escapes and always send a reset at the end. He's trying to find a way to the heart of your VM, yeah. Lawrence says, I used to have so many problems with Unicode and Python 2. That's fair. Python 2 Unicode was a little tricky to get right. I feel like I feel like the strategy that I would always take is like use Unicode throughout the application and convert to bytes at the boundaries. Kind of like the same strategy as Python 3 has. Worked pretty well in Python 2. I think the hardest or the most annoying thing was writing text when locale was set improperly. And especially Python 2.6. Like, there was... There's some messed up stuff in Python 2.6 that didn't work so well. Tests. Looks like we don't actually have any tests. Well, we can... we don't have any tests. Yeah, we definitely have tests, but it doesn't look like we have any logical line tests. So, what is the easiest way to do this? Tests, we could do an integration test. Unless there's one already. Simple plugin class yielding the expected report. Oh, these are a bunch of ones, but none of them are logical line? None of them are logical line. Amazing. Plugin func physical. Plugin target. Okay, so we could maybe add a test similar to that. God, that's so... Oh boy. Just do stty sane after every command. I feel like I've never run that command. I feel like I don't need it, but I may be wrong. Lightspeed says, I think I tried 20 different RSA methods to get the encoding right. Oof. Oh, for like a key of some sort? See, Complex says, nice, my phone just reminded me that you are streaming. I'm here. I will probably try and get a more consistent weekday streaming schedule. But for now, I'm mostly just trying it out and seeing how stress streaming every day is. I definitely needed to take a break yesterday, so we'll see how this fares. But yesterday I recorded a bunch of videos, which was cool. I guess I didn't do recap. We just kind of jumped into stuff today. I didn't really have much to recap though, because I didn't merge anything since last stream, and the only code change that I made was like this documentation change here, which just changed SHA to rev. And this patch to pytest. Back working on pytest, guys. But this patch is just like add testing for Python 3.9. I know this says 3.8, but you'll just have to trust me that we install Python 3.9 and then we run it. Added 3.9 here. Base this test. So in Python 3.9, with the PEG parser, PEG parser, this text is different than in previous versions. With the old parser, this test still passes. So there's a slight change to the parser here, and my guess is that this is fine. And in Python 3.9, inspect.getSource was improved, and so breaking inspect.getSource is a little bit harder now. So you have to set qual name instead of just name, and so did that. But yeah, small little patch. I also did a bunch of issue triage yesterday, so a bunch of comments on stuff. It's fun, but yeah, that's happening again. Yay, confetti. RKJ says woo. Hey, what's up, Angeline X? Hello, hello. Oh, I forgot to fix the rest of the badges. Damn it. I just did it to test it and I was like, oh, that looks good. My badge looks fine. I didn't do the rest of them though. Yeah, let me do those because you guys have fancy badges. We did this one. God, this is so hard to read this code. I should really, maybe I should put it in the other direction, because these are all fixed width. Yeah, let's do that. What's the best way to do this? Oh, this is gonna suck. God, that was too many key presses to do that. We gotta come up with a better way to do this. Read compile. Backslash this. Oops. What are we gonna do with regexes? We're gonna place that. We're gonna do this. Invalid regex. Why? What part of this is invalid? Oh, there's supposed to be one more parenthesis here. Hey, look at that. That's so much better. And so... Oh, we still don't get them fixed with because they're very... they're 0 to 100. 0 to 3 digits here. Alright, let's start this again. Make a function that takes RGB and returns the escape. Yeah, I could do that, or I could just leave it. Hey, what's up, Lice Nicolo? Hello, hello, welcome back. Wow, your hands are dancing. Oh yeah, we have the keyboard cam. You haven't seen the keyboard cam is identical? Man, you haven't been here in a real long time. Hey, what's up, Panis Track? Hello, hello. Project's Inception, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah. You can add leading zeros, that's my guess. I'm gonna try that, see what happens. Hey, what's up, Gustavo17MB? Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Let's see. Let's try it with leading zeros and see if it gets mad. Oh, the bot's broken. Stir has no attribute match. Right. I'm surprised that crashed out the whole program. Oh, because it crashed outside of the handlers. Yeah, that seems to work, which will be cool. I also fixed my notifications, so they're working again, which is good. If you make that function, you can use 005 to make it even. Yeah, but 005, well, 005 would work, but 022 would not, because that would be octal 22. Oh, but there's one more fuck up here. Fixed. There we go. Less thick. No. Less wide badges. Oh, no. We don't want to commit all that. Oh, thank God for pre-commit hooks. Fixed it for a different reason, so... no, yes. Now you can place the badge after the nickname so it's less annoying, but then it doesn't work for /me. I mean, I could put it here. Yeah, we'll see what that looks like. So we want to put this here and then a space. I should just make my bot kick anyone that does this. Let's put that here. Alright, let's see what this looks like. I like it before. I like the other way. Yeah, we're gonna undo that. I like it the way it was before. There we go. Instruct says I asked you something. Are you gonna continue the flask? I got some new tricks. What do you mean? Am I gonna work on the web app again today? Probably not. Maybe. We'll see. I was actually gonna start from the other direction and do the web auth stuff first. We'll see what happens there. Yeah, hopefully that answers that. Hey, what's up, Quirky Science? Hello, hello. Les Nicolau says, would sending an F string in chat that calls sys.exit exit the bot, or are you printing it? Are you printing it as is? I mean, try it out. See what happens. If you can break the bot, then by all means, go for it. Parsit says he can switch it to an internal IP, and then no one can enjoy it. Yeah. I mean, you still have my IP address from last time. And I haven't changed my IP address. Do I get money if I break it? No. No. Maybe I'll gift you a sub or something. And this, and by break it I mean break it beyond the commands that we already know breaks it. But if you can get it to exit or print a key or something like that, then you can make that happen. Is the flask running? I don't think so. No, not there. Not there. Not here. And not here. Nope. Not running right now. Lights Nicola, I'll give you a hint. You'll have to find a command that reflects something back. Like the still command. Because that's the one that's more likely to do substitution. This one is just printing to the screen. It's really like you'd have to do substitution inside the response, because that's the only place that it's doing formatting. You can also check out the code if you want. Nope, not that one. There we go. Are we still in this bang still meme? Hey, what's up, JB Pratt? Maybe a little bit. What was I doing? Oh, right. We were going to add an integration test for test checker. Def test logical line. Offset out of bounds. Hey, what's up, Knowledge?
Have you heard ladies like unicorns? Maybe you should set you prompt to the unicorn emoji.
Why would that change anything, Knowledge? Also, you changed your name. Also, the little emoticon for the unicorn 1-bit totally looks like a penis. Fergie says, do you ever use the typing module? All the time. All of my new code is typed. So if you look at like, I don't know, pre-commit, for example. Well, I went back and retroactively typed pre-commit, but you can see that like, you know, type annotations all the way. MyPy, everything. I spotted it as you mentioned it. Oh, that's the joke? Is it? It's intentional? Okay. I got it. Alright, cool. Let's see. Plugin target len results. We don't need either of those. God, I hate that I need fucking doc strings here. I might turn that off eventually. Ensure that logical line offsets that are out of bounds do not crash. File checker equals mock file checker with plugin. Plugin funk. Here, plugin funk. Hey, Code Spent, thank you for the subscription. Appreciate it. Oh, but now we're not at 69 subs anymore. No. Welcome to the stream, though. Unsubs for the memes. Wait, what did you do? Are you getting about to ping someone now? I see it. I didn't know. No, it's fine. Let's see. Let's see. Logical line out of bounds. Yield. Big number. Okay, file checker dot run logical checks. The world. Let's see what this does. I'm pretty sure that this will crash. Plugin target is not defined. Oh, right. Logical line out of bounds. What happened here? We crashed pytests. That's a fun one. Mock object has no attribute value. Holy Christ. A lot of stuff went wrong here. This is the actual error, but a bunch of other shit happened here. Run logical checks takes one positional argument, but two were given. Somehow I suspect this is not gonna work like I expect. Pinastrack says, I got 9.8 thousand points. Where should I spend them? After this, I will have 9.7 thousand. Knowledge says, I demand you run this command. PS1 equals a unicorn. Why would you? Why would you? It's a unicorn. Still a unicorn. Okay, anyway, I ran it. JB Pratt says, what's in the box? What box? Is there a box somewhere? I don't know what box you're talking about. Cringe berries. What? Whereas it says, can I ask, is there a reason why you don't use Control-Z instead of exiting the editor and firing it up again after doing something in the terminal? I don't know, it's just the way that I think about stuff. Also, I feel like my stream is hard enough to follow. with the pace at which I go at stuff. And you know, if I threw Control Z into the mix, it might throw you off even more. It does work. Oh, I can show you that in a second. What's up, 7 Guluk? Guluk, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Oh, the Babby box? It is. It just is. Now it says, now I demand you to run this. Okay, we'll run that. Okay, so you want me to write echo ps1 equals, we'll at least give this, oh, but we want space after it. We'll do that. Into bash rc. Oh no, you've broken my prompt! Oh noes! But yeah, I can background and foreground that wait. Oh, I did Control X. Anyway, you can background it and foreground it, so it does work. Damn it, Panastrack, why you gotta do me like this? Hey, what's up, Bahoho? Hello, hello. I was wondering if there's any particular reason for not utilizing it. I don't demand using it. It does work though. I'm not unicorning my basher C. It's not happening. Stop. Damn it. Why must this be this way? Oh, I guess we just have to stub it out. Let's see what this function looks like. Oh, we meant to do t2.py. Okay. File checker dot processor dot build logical line dot return value equals ret. Fits? Yeah, it does. File checker dot processor. Assuming it's a mock. I'm not sure if it's actually a mock, but we'll find out. Oh no, we're dropping frames today. You're right, it is lagging today. What the hell? Twitch, why you do this? I don't want to append. No, that's not happening. You want to rewrite my entire bash RC? Alright, we'll do it once, and then I'll show you that it's really easy for me to recover. So we'll run this. We'll splat over my entire bash RC. Now, you know, we don't have nice things. Oh, that still does work. That must be in bash profile. But anyway, if we cd into scratch, you'll see that I have my bash RC version controlled, so it's really easy for me to just be like git checkout. Oh, the tab completion is broken. Git checkout dash dash dot, and then aha, unicorns are gone. Anyway, oh, what happened? Man, that has no attribute return value. Okay, I guess it is not a mock. This is what I actually wanted to. With mock.patch.object file processor. Will logical line. I wonder if there's a function that gives me that automatically. Build logical line. Oh well. Okay, let's try that now. Let's see. Yeah, I'm not dropping frames anymore, so I imagine that it was just a temporary thing. Pandas track. Don't message people that are not in the stream. Otherwise I'm gonna fix the fucking bug and then we can't have nice things. So please don't do that. My nice things are gone, says Code Spent. Yeah. Angelina says, I'm gonna head out for real now. Well, thanks for stopping by. Spent says, that's pretty smart. Why have I not done that? I'm confused. Did I miss a bunch of messages in chat? Because I don't see other stuff. Oh well. Knowledge says, you're so boring, Fernie. What happened to you, man? You used to be so cool. Why are you guys being so mean to me today? What is IETF? Also, are you happier that the badges are smaller now, Knowledge? Does this make you feel better about things? And continue that. Hey, what's up, Coding Garden? Hello, hello. Yes, this is the crash that we're expecting. Cool. Cool, cool, cool. Get rid of the breakpoint in here. Breakpoint. Okay, so now we just have our test, and get rid of this, and this file, and this file. And we have our failing test, which is good. Oh, that pretty smart is... Oh, the Basher C stuff. I see, yeah. Yeah, it's pretty good. My Basher C is kind of automated. So I have this Scratch repository, which is where I throw just random junk, but also dot files. And I actually talked about this in a video recently, but I didn't go into details about my dot files. Probably should have talked about my dot files. That would have been interesting. Oh well. such is life, I guess. But yeah, then my dot files are managed by Puppet, which is a configuration management system, and basically it says clone my Scratch repository, and then symlink a bunch of files, and make some directories, put some other files in places, and purge old files that I don't need anymore. But yeah, that's how that works. Hey, what's up, Coding Garden? I might have already said hi, but I will say hi again. Welcome back. Hey, what's up, Sukilatum? Hello. Yes, much better. Nice. First it says, it is not Friday already. This is why they're mad in general, and you are the primary victim to reflect this fact on. Yo, every day is Friday for me. Just saying. Internet Engineering Task Force. Source for a lot of good tech trivia. Oh, I see, you were talking about that before. Andrew Linux says, I'm back for a minute. Did you see my Reddit humor? Probably not. How brave am I to open this on stream? Let's see. You guys are salty today for some reason. Okay, alright. I can show this. Code goes brrr. Any other language? Yeah. This is what someone said in chat yesterday. It was a good one. Hey, or not yesterday, whatever day it was. Hey, what's up, Shark Bites? Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Shark Bites. It's a cool name. I like it. I don't know what the deal is with this. There's some real whack stuff going on here. Mock object has no attribute value. Pay no attention to the man behind the mirror. Find the offset tuple for a single offset. Okay, so we're given a character position in a line, and we're supposed to find the the real line and okay, I'm gonna have to read this code because I have to figure out what it's actually supposed to do. Oh, that's the wrong file. Cap log. Wait. What is the option? There's some way to turn logs off. Show capture equals no. Show capture equals no. That's much better. A lot more readable. UWTD says, live that theme. Oh, you mean my my editor theme? This theme? Or this theme? Or my Reddit theme? Or which theme are you talking about? Yeah. Adam says, which do you prefer, use fixture or foo as a parameter? It depends if I'm using it or not. If it has a value, then you kind of have to do the last one. I really do like the decorator form more because it's a little bit, it feels a little bit more explicit to me. Oh, version controlling my bash RC. Yes, let me show you. Let me link you that. But yeah, the decorator feels a little bit more more legit. But that's my dot files. This is my puppet, and the YouTube video is this one, which I uploaded yesterday. And check all of those out. Also, I took someone's suggestion, I forget who in the chat, but I added a playlist to my channel homepage, so now I can just be like, look, it's Anthony Explains, waha! You don't use it explicitly. Yeah, if I don't use it explicitly, I prefer the decorator form, although I'm not perfect about it. But I try my best. So this function is the one that's broken. Okay, so this is the offset in the whole file, I think. And this is the line number and the character. Plus offset minus token offset. Plus offset minus token offset. If it is less than or equal to the token offset. And this will be a negative number, right? This is really just trying to find the line number and the character offset. Yes. Else to do a warning. Yeah, we showed if it was -1, that was fine, actually. It was interesting. I have ambivalent feelings for that, but use the latter. Okay. Position equals 0, 0. Offset equals token offset equals 0. Okay, so if we never find their token anywhere, it's like greater than the end, we will just set it to the first line. Although I think this might need to be 1, 0. I don't know, we will find out. Which actually, we will put this thing back that I had before. Local plugins. E682, continue, position 1, 0. Okay, so 0, 0 will be off the screen, so that's good. Continue. Okay, so it ended up putting these all on the first line at the first position, which is good. Yeah. Source flake8 checker. log.warning. Really, I would want to put it here, because that way I would actually know about the offset. This is weird. Why do we clobber this here? We would really want to do line number column offset equals find offset, like a so. I don't know why it was 2 lines there. Because we don't use that other variable here. If line number equals column offset equals 0. Actually, what happens if we make them -1? That's illegal. So we come back to that. Just breakpoints. Log.warning. Plugin resulted in, let's see, position of error out of bounds. Something like that. It goes to -1, 0. And do we get the warning? Warning, position of error out of bounds. Name T, parameters this. Yeah, that seems good enough, I guess. For else, hell yeah. Bannerstrike says, are you getting paid from flake8? No, I don't make any money off of it. I'd love to get paid for it, but no one is paying me. I'm currently making, like, no money. Which is a little sad, but that's the way things go. Ideally, I would, you know, pester companies and be like, hey, you use my software for free, throw me a bone, but I guess that's not the way things work. A little sad. Knowledge says, that face when you have a long unanswered Stack Overflow question and have it answered by somebody who links to their blog post instead. God, I hate when that happens. Or are you referencing one of my Stack Overflow questions? Oh, I'm not logged in. Oh. Let me find the question. I'm logged in over here at least. Questions. This one. This one. Init.py is required for packageutil.walk packages. I asked 3 years and change ago. It's a reasonable number of upvotes. But init.py is optional in Python 3.3 plus because everything is implicit namespace packages now, which is really cool, except this walk packages function doesn't know how to walk namespace packages, and so it just doesn't work. And I was like, what the fuck is this bug? And a couple of people have workarounds, including my workaround. And then this dude comes along and is like, PEP420 doesn't make init.py optional files optionally in 99% of cases. It just allows creating namespace packages by a directory without init.py. When you create regular package, you shouldn't omit init.py. See my blog post. Which is just like, don't do this. I saw some people think, fucking what an asshole. Oh, he's a core dev? Even better. Even better. But anyway. Love when people just link their blog post. But Ed Winst says, what you doing? I'm working on flake8 right now, fixing a little bug, adding some nice warnings here. which is a thing. JB Pratt says, gonna take my lunch break and watch Fight Club. Have a nice stream. Well, thanks for stopping by. Sorry it took me a while to get back to your question. Ours, it says, have you ever played this Steam game? No, I don't think I have. I haven't played that many games. Silly multiplayer party game with surly gelatinous characters. Game looks fun. But no, I've not played this game. Spartan Gator, welcome back, who says, why do people like to do logging with all caps like that? I don't know. This isn't my code. I didn't write this. I'm just maintaining it. I don't know. If it were me, I would probably call this logger instead, because it's not actually a constant, so to speak. But I don't know. I don't know. But yeah. UWTD says maybe I should learn Python. Maybe you should learn Python. Patreon? I don't have a Patreon set up. I could set up a Patreon, but I feel like, I don't know. Would you guys donate to a Patreon? What would I even offer for it? How does Patreon even work? Why is my phone buzzing? Make sure. Oh. I ordered alcohol online yesterday, and they're like, rate your order for the text message. Well, they were 3 hours late, and they gave me the wrong stuff, so I was honestly going to rate my order. I would be like, not the best. But no one's donated to flake8. There's no, like, there's no donation button. There's nothing to donate, I guess. Edwinst says, what is your job? Currently unemployed. I used to work at Lyft. I was laid off last week. So I'm doing my own thing for a while, which will be good. Offer dick pics and I donate. I don't think that's gonna happen, Panos Track. Secret Adam says, how does Tidelift work, or how is it working for me? Well, I'm currently not on any Tidelift subscriptions because I haven't re-added myself to a pytest. But the way it's supposed to work is companies send Tidelift the list of their dependencies and then pledge a certain amount of money that gets distributed to them. And then that goes to maintainers and Tidelift takes a chunk. How to make a feature request to GitLab to support sponsorships, yeah. I hate this. This is kind of like a ping pong. We're just gonna do 0 instead of -1. I think that's gonna work better. And if things, legitimately do 0, 0, then they're probably buggy, I guess. There's an open collective page for a flake8 extension, and looks like they made some money off of it. I mean, there's an open collective for pre-commit. I haven't made anything off that. Like $100 in it or something like that. Oh, that's non-zero. Version 0.14.0, aka the Walrus Fighter. Are they using my plugin? Oh, they're not using my plugin. Unless they're intentionally... Are they allowing Walrus, or are they forbidding it? It looks like they don't care either way. Also, a little bit of over-escaping. It's probably Open Collective's fault. On their rendering here. That's the way things go, I guess. Is flake8 self-hosted GitLab, though? No, flake8 is GitLab proper. When is Python going to get its in-terminal advertising module? God, that part of NPM is real fucking annoying. Really don't like that. Ed Winst says, did you go to college or self-study? So I was employed before I started my college education, my CS education. So technically both. I was basically self-taught for, a bunch of years, and then got a job as a QA developer. I mean, technically an internship, I guess. And then I was like, I automated my entire internship in like 1 week. And so they're like, you should become a developer instead. And I was like, all right, I'll do development work. And so then I was a programmer for them. But, yeah. Yes. Anyway, but yeah, there is a pre-commit open collective. If you want to convince your company to support the project, you can. Oh, we don't even have an icon here. Should really update this. What is my login? Can I log in with GitHub? Not gonna type a password. Oh, they have a magic link sign in. So that's one way to do login. Come on. Not working. I sent an email to. I typed my email address right. Come on. Anyway. But I do have an open collective. I should probably fix it or whatever. It says they forbid it. We make style guide. Do they? I wonder if they depend on my plugin or not. That'd be funny. Setup.cfg? No. iProject.toml? No. Oh, maybe it is. Here it is, dependencies. Nope, they have implemented their own flake8 walrus. Probably. But anyway, this is my silly plugin that I wrote. It's kind of a easy template if you're gonna make your own flake8 plugin too, but flake8 walrus, a flake8 plugin which forbids assignment expressions, the walrus operator. flake8 codes, ASN 001, do not use assignment expressions. Rationale, lol. Oh, this is out of date. But anyway, it's a thing. It works. Yeah, well, when you run npm install, a bunch of packages have stuff that they just like spew to output on install, which is real annoying. Okay, I do have a login. It has a thread in it, so we'll open this link while you look at my face. There we go. I don't know why they put a cred in the login. I guess it makes sense. That's how else would you do it? Settings. URL. Twitter. GitHub. Where's the like change the logo? Surely it should just be right here, right? Collective goals, connected accounts, updates, conversations. You can have conversations about a collective. Fiscal host, advanced. Fucking know how this works. Anyway, I'll figure it out some other time. Make a PR for them to use your module, right? 4JS is one of the worst examples where the guy is scalping for a job. He says, damn it, I still have this trash emoji. It's funny because it's trash, yes. Let's put advertisements instead of setup.py and open ads with the web browser during installation. Oof. Yeah, that would be next level. Hey, what's up, Ed Winst? thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream, even though I've seen you poking around in chat. Are you making me open my Discord on stream, Nalish? Oh boy. That's good. I like it. Just Edwin? Alright, I'll go with Edwin. Thank you. Hey, what's up, MP? Hello, hello. Welcome back. Close. Anyway. I want to write more in this test so that it actually validates the output. That's not what I wanted to do. I wanted the file name. So we look at results. Okay, that looks good. Let's see. What do we want to call this branch? Logical position out of bounds. Fix regression for logical checks which report position out of bounds. We'll see what that looks like. One annoying thing about flake8 is I haven't set up pre-commit completely yet, so it's only set up for MyPy and some whitespace hooks. So I still have to separately run the linters, and I always forget to do it, so I'm about to do that. Hey, what's up, Masubrita? Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Sorry if I messed up your name. Glad to have you here, though. Let's see. What's I gonna do? Oh yeah, tox-e, linters, dog food. This is what I have to do every single commit. This takes a while because it has to install a bunch of stuff. Edmund says, what is a linter? Here's an example. A linter is something that tells you your code is bad and that you should fix it. I don't remember where the name originally comes from, but it's a piece of software that checks your software for common problems and tells you to fix them. I apparently forgot a doc string because doc strings are blah blah blah. What did they put for the doc strings up here? I think I can just do this. Oops. I think I can just do this, and then if I underscore prefix it, then the linter doesn't care? Maybe? Ew, why is this using Python 2? I'm gonna upgrade that to Python 3. Strike says, why did you want to learn curses? I don't know. I feel like it's a useful tool. Hey, what's up, the Endless Server? Hello, hello. We're working on flake8 right now. Edmund says, what should I learn if I want to do software development? You should pick a programming language and learn the basics of it. And I would suggest working on some project that you want for yourself, such that you're motivated to work on it. And as you build that project, you'll, have to do a lot of searching and learning. And I find that that's the best way, at least for me, to learn stuff, is to just like build. You can, I don't know, look. There's a lot of free resources online that are helpful, so you can go through some of those as well. That would be my suggestion for getting into software development. Okay, so that should do that. Let's do linters as Py3. That's weird. We're already running it in the 3.7 image, so that seems interesting. How's this supposed to work? Does it just pick some random image? Let's be explicit here. Why was that Python 2? Change dog food environment to use Python 2.7. This eliminates any ambiguity with respect to which version of Python is necessary for the dog food environment and should fix up the app var tests. That was in 2017. Let's change it to Python 3. Maxi13 says how to start open source programming. I do plan to make a video about this soon. It's on my to-do list. But my short version of this, because I don't mean to like distract too much from what I'm working on. The short version is pretty much any project that you use and like will be broken. Who's that domain? It's allbroken.com. Yes, it's all broken. Anyway, like pretty much any project that you use or like, interact with on a day-to-day basis in programming will have, their open source page, which has issues, and a lot of these will have, that's not what I want, will have a label similar to easy, like first, or like good for newcomer or something like that. And these are usually like something that's small and you don't need to understand the overarching project to work on, and a maintainer will help you work on it and fix stuff. And these are a good place to get started with open source and like build out something. And like as you do a couple of these small easy tasks, you'll learn more and more about the code base, and you can kind of step up to larger bug fixes and features and go from there. And that's kind of how I got started with a lot of the projects that I work on. So like pytest, for instance, I started out basically the same as you, like just a normal person that might have been using the project, but wasn't a contributor at all. And you can see here, like I started making a few small changes here, and then I made a few more changes, and then right around this first little spike here, I got added to the project. And then I've been, working on it ever since, I guess. I started out normal. Right. Edwin says, okay, no 3 languages so far at the basics. Okay, that's good. So we got a good place to go from. MB says, I know a lot of people who just watch endless video tutorials or read books, and then they complain, oh, they're not advancing at their coding abilities. You gotta get your hands dirty and work on some projects. Yeah, that's true. You gotta build stuff. You gotta apply your knowledge. JakeJ24 says, do you have a system for incrementing your version number? No, I just type it on the keyboard. I am following semantic versioning as best as I can. It's, you know, I think it's technically impossible to follow semantic versioning, but it's a good estimation at what I'm trying to do. Someone, sorry, this is unrelated. I got distracted. Yeah, someone made this project F2 format, which rewrites F strings as format strings, which I did exactly the same thing. Only I did mine, what, in 2017, and they did theirs in, well, maybe theirs was also in similar time. '19, 18. Oh, maybe theirs was in 2017 too. Oh no, theirs was 2018, almost a year later. But anyway, I wrote the same thing, and so I figured I'd see how much theirs worked. And I ran my test suite against theirs and found a bug. And they were like, "It's inspired from this," and I asked, why did you reinvent it? Yeah. But anyway, they did their thing or whatever. But that was in my email. Figured I'd poke about it. But yeah. What was I talking about? I don't even remember. Yeah, I just bumped the version, Jake. I just changed the version number in a text editor. Edmund says, I don't know what to build. I'm one of the people who does tutorials or studies a lot, but I'm kind of stuck in building something. So usually when I want to come up with a project, it'll be like something that's inconveniencing me, and I'll be like, you know, I bet I could automate that. And then I just go and do it. But I usually like try and find stuff that's relevant to my day-to-day and tackle it in that direction. Oh, this actually goes further back than September 11th. Hey, what's up, Philodoxia TV? Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. I think this is ready to merge now. Yeah, I'm really bad at GitLab. Okay, these need to be all green, and then, oh, I forgot to change the thing so it resolves this issue. I gotta set milestone, all this annoying project management. 6:35. Why this button? Resolve 6:35. Save. There's so many damn options in GitLab, it's really annoying. And let me look at the patch, make sure it looks good. Yeah, we got rid of this unnecessary local variable, which I think it's unnecessary, right? Yeah, this function immediately ends. Added a warning for when it's out of bounds. And then we fixed this function down here to have a condition when it doesn't go through the loop. And then test. Good. Looks good. Alright, let's merge this. Yay, we did one things. It only took an hour and a half to write a small amount of code. That's the way things go. Suiku says, "Hey there, Anthony writes code. I'm having a fun time with curses." Ooh, what are you doing in curses, Suiku? Knowledge says Calver is a far better versioning scheme. Don't at me. Slash ban Knowledge. No, I'm kidding. I feel like calendar versioning is great if you want to break your API every single version, and no one can get mad at you for it. Panstrack says, Edmund, if you want to target Windows, go for C#. If you want an old safe language for cross-platform, go for Java. If you want a more dangerous low-level cross-platform, go for C++ and Qt5. If you want an easy, high-level, faster prototype language, go for Python. If you want to mix software development and web dev, go for JS framework, like React, and wrap it with Electron. That's my suggestion. Yeah, that sounds decent. Parsis says, I just found this ISP. What? Nice. The solid internet service provider. A calculator, that is an idea of something you can build. Not that easy though, unless you do it with a ton of if statements, which is not cool, says Senpause. It's true. Zerover.org. Yo, I love this domain. Zerover is great. Oh wait, it's, yeah. It redirects now. That's good. But yeah, zero versioning, it's great. Also, I know the story behind this one. It's, what is it? HTML5 lib or something like that in Python? Yeah. They just kept adding more 9s because they wouldn't suck it up and release 1.0. And alpha versions are slightly broken in setup tools in ways that are weird. But yeah, it's pretty good. Taskful says, will you do some YouTube collaboration maybe? There are a lot of programming channels. I mean, I'd love to collaborate with people. I'm just antisocial. So, I don't know, if anyone wants to collaborate with me, hit me up. It's much easier than me reaching out, you know? I don't know. But anyway, that's the first issue done there. Let's see if I change this from 2.7 to 3 if things work well. Dog food. Ricky says, I wanted to test my typing speed per word. I found out that Kurtz is a way to read a character at a time and can provide a typing interface. Oh, that's cool. Knowledge says, to be honest, I see use in user-facing UIs and apps using calendar versioning. All other components are dependent on some things staying the same. I guess. For like software API, I feel like it's not the best. But yeah. Panos track. No. Switch dog food. Let's use Python 3. Python 2.7 occasionally gives duplicate results due to redundant local lib symlink on Linux and virtualenv. How old is this comment? It definitely sounds like a me comment. So I probably wrote this. Switch from entry points. Oh. Grumble, 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 grumble. It is me. Wait, how do I make a calculator with a graphical user interface? Because I struggle with graphical user interfaces in Java. Depends on the language, depends on the framework you're working on. But, yeah, there's ways. Hey, what's up, Serranus? Hello, hello. Oh, is that a list of things that you can just kind of build? That's Jake J24. A list of practical projects that anyone can solve in any programming language. Oh. Oh no! Anyone can solve a text editor. I mean, it's true. You can write your own text editor. I don't know why you would do that. You'd have to be crazy. But anyway. And syntax happening. Yeah, super simple, right? Is identical? Super simple. Okay. Let's push this. I really love this button on GitLab. This button is so good. I wish GitHub had that button. It's like the one thing from GitLab that I actually like is that button. It's so good. And I know you can set up bots and webhooks that like search for, you know, oh, you typed the merge when passes comment and it merged when it passed, but oh, that button is so good. What button? I missed it? Oh, here, I'll click it again. There's this button right here that says merge when pipeline succeeds. And if you click this button, now I can just close this tab and ignore this. And when the test pass, it'll merge it automatically, which will be pretty cool. Hey, what's up, Python ID? Hello, hello. Have you been here before? Your name looks familiar, but not one that I recognize. But anyway, welcome to the stream, if you're new. Satisfied click, yeah, it's so good. It's so good. Does it merge only on success? Yeah. It does not merge on failure. That would completely ruin the point of it. Edmund says, I don't want to do GUI dev. It hurts my feelings that I do not know how to work with GUI forms. I would rather code it than use GUI forms. Well, you can always do like a command line application instead of a graphical user interface. I find that graphical user interfaces are kind of hard too, especially if you're building them manually. I usually find that like, you know, a form editor works best for me. But I haven't worked with a form editor in a really long time. I think the last time was when I wrote Windows apps in like 2010 or something like that. Panastrike says, by the way, does get ch block threaded functions? No, it allows threads to go in the background. Or at least from my testing, it allows threads to go in the background. Hey, what's up, Python ID? Thank you for the follow. Welcome, welcome. Senpass says, I know what GitLab should do as a joke for April 1st. Oh man. Merge all the failures, let them all stew in. Yo, that would be such a mess. Oh god, I would hate it. Anstrike says, can I send you the code and check? I mean, I've done it with Babby before. I can kind of show you. Oh, I don't have the patch here anymore. Damn it. Oh, it's not in there. It's Babby highlighter. No. Where's this file? It's been a while since I've worked on Babby. Syntax highlighter. Here it is. HL uncached. First equals not self.states. If not self.states, threading.thread target equals Something like this. I think this is what we did before. Oh no. I changed my aliasing so it's harder to work on this when I break it. Yeah, so weird. That's not starting the thread like I expect. If not, self.states. Oh, if first and lines. We need import threading. File syntax has no attribute highlight until. What do you mean, no highlight? Oh, it's not underscored. Unsupported types for minus, buff, and int. It's because my len is wrong. I swear this is easy to do. This parenthesis is in the wrong spot. Okay. So if I jump to the end of the file, it should happen instantly. So notice that I jumped to the end of the file, it renders instantly. But if I use ~bin babby this, and I jump to the end of the file, it pauses a little bit because it has to render the whole file. And that's because when I use the threading approach, it renders in the background. So it does work in the background. There are some problems with this patch though, because the underlying structures are not thread safe, and I've seen this corrupt the file, and so this isn't, I mean, it's a simple patch and it looks like it works, but it definitely does not. I need to fix it better. Fix it better. Can I send you the code to check? Yeah, you could send me the code. Senpaz says, what is the color scheme in Babby? It looks familiar to the one from VS Code. Well, Senpaz, it is actually identical to the one from VS Code. Well, slightly identical. There's one modification. The only modification is I made it so these headers get highlighted in INI files. But this is the VS Dark theme with one little modification to it. And Babby can actually use any VS Code theme and any TextMate theme. So if we just like, you know, popular VS Code theme, and then, you know, find, oh, that's their docs. The 6 hottest VS Code themes. All right, guys, we're gonna get the hottest VS Code themes. Let's get some hashtag Night Owl here. How do I go to it? This one. Marketplace. How do I get to the GitHubs? Here we go. Themes. And if we do Night Owl color theme, we can run this little script, spin, download theme, Night Owl. And now if we open Babby, oh, we have this fancy new color scheme. But yeah, Babby supports any VS Code theme, which is pretty cool. But yeah. UWTD says, I've never seen someone use Nano as a main editor before. This is Babby. Babby is based on Nano, but I used to use Nano, and so all of my muscle memory is I still type Nano in the terminal, like a noob. But yeah. But anyway, hopefully that answers that for you. Yeah, send me the code. Hey, what's up, Bledisis, who says Qt is the designer app in which you can make your GUIs easy and later convert them to code. Oh, that's nice. Hey, what's up, Python Codebot? Hello, hello. Is the Puppet script you've mentioned in the last video what you use to jumpstart a new machine after installing? Yes. Basically, I plop an SSH key on my computer, I install Git manually, have to install Git manually, and then I clone Personal Puppet, and then I run it. And that's how I get bootstrapped. And it usually takes about 11 minutes to bootstrap from scratch with Puppet. And it converges in one run, which is pretty slick. At Yelp, we used to run Puppet like 3 times because it would never converge in the first 2 runs, and so we would just ignore the failures in the first 2 runs, and then it would eventually succeed, which was a mess, but it kind of worked. Zeotic says, "I wonder when people will get bored by dark mode." Yes, I wonder the same. All right, pass track. What is your code here? Okay, so I know what your problem is already. Wait, what is getch? Getch does single character input by refining wrappers for the con.io libraries. Oh, I don't know about this library. I thought you were talking about getch from curses. Yeah, so I don't actually know about this library. It might not. Let's look at their code. Homepage. Their fucking homepage links to PyPI. Fucking awesome. Love when that happens. $40 stars. Doesn't feel like that many. Oh, is it in C types? Oh no, it's MSVCRT. Okay, so the Unix version will allow threads. I wonder what the Windows version does. GitHub, Python, CPython. Modules. MSVCRT. Great, I don't remember where this module is. Maybe it's Python that imports an extension module. MSVCRT. What? Oh, it's in PC. Got it. Get ch. Yeah, it drops the go. It should work. In theory. I've never made a to-do list app. I've also never integrated a database to anything I've ever done. And Jake says, now we're hot. Yeah, there we go. You can start working on that. Oh yes, and Is Identical is here. Zeotic, do you know each other? I'm guessing you two do. UWTG says, it took a while, but I managed to find Babby. Oh, it's on GitHub. github.com/acetilly/Babby. Oh, from another stream. Nice. Cool. But yeah, this is Babby. This is my text editor. I'm gonna go fill up my water, so I will be right back. Don't go anywhere. But I'll see you guys in a minute. Alright, I'm back. How's it going? Senpa says I will never unsee the thinking emoji on the Python logo. The Python? Yo, the Python is so good. Love the Python. But anyway, like I was saying before, that button that I pressed, auto. Oh, you guys can't see this. That patch I had got auto merge, which is pretty cool. Pretty cool. What do I have to do? Oh yeah. I already looked at that. But yeah, let's try and fix this other issue as well. This seems like this person's not gonna work on it. Let's close some tabs. Oop. Also, we can put my theme back to normal because I have that managed in Puppet. And here's my bad password. Oh no, he typed a password on his keyboard cam. Oh no! It's intentionally a bad password. And 44R says bang still bang today. Now, the bot doesn't hear its own output, so it only sees its input. Edmund says, does WebStorm have a live tester? I don't know much about WebStorm myself, so don't know the answer there. Ronnie Osna says, what are you building? I'm working on this tool called flake8, which is a linter for Python code. Well, it is not a linter itself. It is a framework for which you can plug linters into it. And by default, it wraps two main tools, flake8s, no, pyflakes and pycodestyle. And pyflakes does like, you know, correctness checks for Python, and pycodestyle does like whitespace checks. And it kind of combines those tools together. But you can also build plugins and stuff and integrate all sorts of stuff into flake8. But we fixed one bug already today, which was a problem with plugins which write their error codes to an out of bounds location, and we fixed it so that it's inbounds and doesn't crash, which is pretty cool. I think about says, if I follow the download, get manually, clone, repo, run script procedure to jumpstart machine like yours, will I run into any problems? If you run my exact script, you'll have some problems. Because my repo sets up stuff that's very specific to my user. So, like, I've hard-coded my username in a bunch of places. But in theory, if your username is Acetilli and you're on Ubuntu 18.04 or 20.04, it will mostly set up things properly. But you can see here, like, I've manually hard-coded home Acetilli. So if I ever change my name, it's not gonna work. But yeah, you should be able to take the same like idea and build your own. Like I know, this his GitHub? Yeah. I know Ethan took my Puppet configuration and set up his own. Which uses, you know, basically the same setup as mine, but his is a little bit different. But some of the code looks familiar. But he made his work for Windows and GPG instead of SSH. But yeah, you could see that he adopted the same sort of setup, and he's got different modules here. Git is essential. But oh my god, he has so many packages. He's also managing Windows machines, which is even more work. But yeah, you could do that. You're saying Control F ass Sotilli. Nice typo. And change it to Python codebot? Yeah, something like that. Is that Engel says, nice idea. I was too lazy to write one for myself. Maybe I'll rip it off from you. I mean, by all means, go for it. I, at Ethan's request, permissively licensed my Puppet. There's a license file there that I added 3 weeks ago. Because Ethan was like, I'm uncomfortable because your stuff isn't licensed. And I was like, oops, I forgot. Here you go. Here's the MIT license. Go do with it whatever you want. Hey, what's up? I like crayons. Crayons are pretty cool. You melt them. What are you building? Just tuned in. I'm working on flake8, which is a linter for Python. And we already fixed one bug, and we're gonna fix another one right now, which is this one. Which is kind of a funny bug. Let me show you the bug. So if we make a Python file that has a problem in it, so this is a import that's unused, and if we run flake8, it will complain that that import is unused. But interestingly, if we wanted to like exclude dot files, which editors will often make a file that looks like, you know, cp t dot, some like t dot .t.py, something like that, with, you know, just complete garbage in here. And the default settings of flake8 will try and run dot files, even though it maybe shouldn't. But it'd probably be too big of a change to add that to the default ignore. But anyway, so what this person is doing, or what they want to do, is exclude all dot files. And so they use exclude equals dot star. And oops, that accidentally excluded this file too. And it probably shouldn't do that. And so I'm gonna fix it so it doesn't do that, because it seems like a problem. But yeah. That's a funny typo though, yeah. Panastrike says Pilot versus flake8. So I prefer flake8, and not just because I'm the maintainer. But I kind of have like 3 reasons, and I'm not saying Pilot isn't good, because it's a great, you know, piece of code, but it's not really for me. The first is speed. flake8 is a lot faster than Pilot, and this is just based on how the analysis is done. The second one for me is flake8 generally is all static checks, so like you don't need to have your dependencies installed, and for the most part they're version independent. Whereas Pilot does dynamic analysis. It basically needs to import your code in order to figure stuff out. It doesn't actually import your code, but it interprets it as if it were imported, and it'll like follow all of your imports and like traverse around your site packages to figure stuff out. And the last one is flake8 works a lot better with pre-commit, so why I use it. But anyway, don't let that. Oh, I guess there's another one. Pilot out of the box is really obnoxious. It's way too noisy. There's way too much stuff that's turned on by default that's like either super opinionated or has a high false positive rate, such that like it feels not that useful by default. But yeah, that's those are my thoughts. You don't have to agree with them, but that's what I feel like it. I haven't bothered enough to know your GitHub username. Yeah, it's fine. Don't worry about it. Even the terminal shows his name. You're right. It is right here. Not that you can copy and paste out of a video, but you could at least see it right there. I'm paying enough attention. Yeah. JL says, how does flake8 know that something is imported but not used? So that's part of pyflags. And what it does is it looks at the AST, and import statements introduce a name. So this introduces the OS name, and just make it actually used. If we dump the AST, so this is the abstract syntax tree, basically a representation of what the source compiles down to. You can see that we have this import statement here. This is what pyflake8 picks up on as introducing this OS name. And then when you read a name, you'll end up with this name node. And in this case, it has a context of, oh, that's the print one. Anyway, here's the OS one. It has a name node, and you can see what name it's loading and a context. And this context tells you whether it's loading it or storing it. So you'll notice if I do, flake8 on that file that it's fine right now. But if I were only assigning to OS, and if we AST pretty this guy, you'll see that this name has a context of store. And if we flake8 that now, you'll see that pyflake8 notices, so pyflake8 is the one that implements all of the F codes. pyflake8 will notice that it was imported but not used. It was only assigned to. Parset says, Problemito! A tiny problem. Kenbiko says, don't let that... Actually, I have another criticism. Yeah. Panostrack says, I never agree with your thoughts, even if they're fine. Well, Panostrack is a really cool guy. Mm-hmm. JL says, is that a valid Python AST? You mean this right here? This is AST pretty just takes the standard AST module and makes a better output for it. But yeah, valid AST. I will exclude that one. Alright, bud. Alright, bud. I see you. But anyway, so that's what we're gonna try and fix today. And I already kind of triaged this a little bit. Hey, what's up, Real Jacob Jed? Thank you for the host. Welcome to the stream. Hosting with 1 viewers. Real Jacob Jeb. Oh, Jed. I said Jeb. My bad. Anyway, so that's the problem we're gonna try and fix right now. Is flake8 exclude equals dot star. Should not exclude dot. Also, if we flake8 exclude dot star, it should not exclude dot dot, but it's currently excluding both of those, which is a problem. Senpaz says, if it's a real quick thing, could you show me how to set up a project if I want to contribute to it? Is running pip install -e dot into a virtual env enough to start working on it, or each project has its own stuff? It depends on the project. Usually that's not enough because you'll need like their testing libraries and stuff. I can show you for I can show you how I would do it for projects that have a tox.ini file, which is pretty common in Python projects. So let's clone just any old project that we can just pick one of my projects. github.com. We'll do pre-commit. And pre-commit has kind of a standard setup. If you have this tox.ini file, this means that it uses the tox tool to do its testing. And I'm also a maintainer of tox. But tox is kind of like a makefile-like thing for Python. The tox automation project. But there's this cool feature in tox that I added recently called devenv, which allows you to build a virtual environment just from the tox environment that's already set up for doing development. So if you run tox-devenv venv, you'll have a virtual environment set up properly. And you'll see that it installed a bunch of stuff, but it also installed an editable install, similar to just pip install -e dot. But you can also see like we installed pytest, we needed coverage, there's also pytest env, the plugin, and that's all set up through the dependencies in tox.ini. So you can see we have this deps here that sources from this requirements-dev file. And once that's set up, you can start, running tests there. Pytest test/git, and you also have, the pre-commit executable available for you. But Hopefully that helps you out there. Incidental says, by the way, there's an ongoing effort of making ast.dump with indentation the same as ast pretty if you didn't see it. Looks like it's still a draft, but will probably go into 3.10. Oh, that's cool. I did see the patch, or I did see the issue on GitHub. I think I commented on it. logs.python.org Anthony Satilli ast pretty. This one. This one? Multi-line ast.dump. Closed. Closed? Oh, maybe it'll make it into 3.9? Or did someone get opinionated and be like, this is dumb, don't do it? Oh no, it is already there. Oh no, this is the old version. This is just the one that makes the ugly output. With all of the plugin parens. This is the one that I was thinking of. 39989. This is gross. And then people arguing back and forth. And then me being like, look, AST Pretty does this thing. I guess there is a pull request. How do I go to the pull? I hate bugs.python.org. Does this take me to the pull request? There we go. Yeah, I've already plus one this. Oh, and is identical has too. Nice. Kinbiga says, what is behind the name Tox? I don't actually know. I wonder if it's in the docs. I don't know the answer there. Why is it named Tox? Is there an actual question and answer here? This song's a little bit loud. This song's always a little bit loud. Of course, the first thing I do is make it louder. I don't know why it's named Tox. Don't know. Have no idea. No, I didn't write Tox. I was added as a maintainer. Year and a half ago, 2 years ago? Oh, maybe 3 years ago? I don't know, but I've done quite a bit of work on it, although not so much lately. Most of the work lately has been Gabber. But it hasn't really needed all that much maintenance, which is good. But yeah, I'm reasonably involved in the project. But this is the current 3 maintainers. Is Gabber, me, and Oliver. But yes. Anyway, let's try and fix this. Toxic waste barrel. Yeah. Okay, I believe the function, did I triage this already? Utils.py, no, kind of did. I could have sworn it was in here. Oh, matches file name, here we go. Yeah, so I believe set up another environment. Oh, I didn't mean to actually run the test. I'm doing this because flake8 needs to trigger the recursive linting behavior to trigger this problem. So this is what I expect it to do. Oh. Okay, colors. Yeah. So that's the problem. But I expect it to print something like this. Oh, we're supposed to be using this. P path. Okay, so path is dot and patterns is dot star. And so we need to we basically, I think we need to just short circuit if it's dot or dot dot, I think. Oh, Panis track, you're like 4 years old, my dude. I don't know what to tell you. You might be able to. You could try it out and let me know how it goes. Okay, so I think this is not so hard to do. Test unit, test utils. Oh, we don't have a test for this yet. That's interesting. Hey, what's up, Ratchet O? Hello, hello. It says, wait, what? What have I missed? You missed Panis track being a goofball. For who knows why. Matches file. What a weird signature. Takes a logger and a log message. Def test matches file. Never matches dot or dot dot. Best matches file. Skips. Skip special dot directories. I don't know. Verify that dot and dot dot are not matched by dot star. Or excluding dot files, something like that. Maybe he's just envious, yeah. Perhaps. Perhaps. Let's see. I hate the logging module. What do you return? Returns a logger. We don't want a handler. We don't want a formatter either. Or record. We want a logger. assert not utils dot matches file dot with dot star. Oh, I spelled that wrong. Ratchet Zero says, how did you get to type so fast without looking at the keyboard? Practice? Yeah, it's a lot of practice. I've also been, you know, tapping away at a keyboard since, what year? Probably about 2000, 2001. Honestly, a lot of it was probably AOL Instant Messenger. Which I spent a lot of time on in middle school and high school. And yeah, from there, you know, I've continued to type on a keyboard a lot since then. I am not a good typist though. You can see like when I type stuff, I very much cheat at a lot of the characters. So like I use these two fingers a lot more than anything else. But yeah. This article says, does flake8 still support Python 2? Yeah, for now. I need to figure out when and how I'm gonna drop that, because I'd rather not support Python 2, you know? Okay, but we have our test. PyTest. Oh, we need to get rid of that breakpoint. Flake8 utils breakpoint. Tests. Unit utils. I really dislike when people prefix their tests with tests, because then all of them all start with the same prefix and you have to tab slightly more times. Really bothers me. Is it really not called matches file? Called matches file name. Damn it. Close enough though. Hey, what's up, Mr. Orangutan? Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. I don't think I've ever had an orangutan in my chat before. So it's the first time for everything, I guess. Panstrike says, on the Python 3.9, drop the support for Python 2 as well. Yeah, that's probably what's going to happen. Probably flake8 4 will drop Python 2, and I need to come up with a new plugin API as well, because the current plugin API doesn't work in the multiprocessing state. Clementino says, I'm new. I choose Nano over Vim. Just a personal thing. I feel like I've seen you before. Are you sure you're new? I feel like you've been here before. You've definitely been here before, bud. Welcome back. Why choose Nano over Vim? I'm actually not using Nano or Vim. I know it says Nano on the terminal, but Nano is an alias to Babby. Oh, you're new to coding. I see. Okay. I thought you were saying you were new to the channel. I was like, nah, I've seen you before. But I'm actually using Babby, which is my own text editor that I wrote from scratch. Now it's based on Nano. It's the same idea and like a lot of the same keyboard shortcuts. But you know, Babby is my own text editor. Tests, what unit test utils? But yeah, this is Babby. It has the keyboard shortcuts of Nano for the most part, but it's not Nano. As for the like Vim versus Nano deal, I've used Nano for the last 8-ish years or so, and I don't know. It started because, well, I used to use IDEs and like Visual Studio proper, and then what was the one after that? Eclipse, and then IntelliJ, and then over one holiday break. So I would always go home for the holidays, and work remotely. And at the time I was working at Yelp, and Yelp's main code base is like 5 million lines of Python. And I was using IntelliJ at the time and using SSHFS to copy the code from my dev box to my local machine so that I could develop on it and like live reload the actual application. But it was so slow to copy the 5 million lines of code across the country that I reverted back to like the terminal editor that I had learned at college, just to, you know, occasionally when I needed a terminal editor, and that was Nano. And then over those couple of weeks, I developed a muscle memory for Nano, and then I just didn't go back because it was so much faster than using IntelliJ to do it. So I've kind of stuck to it since then. But yeah, that's why I'm using Nano, but not Nano. It's actually Babby. To use Vim shortcuts in Babby, there's some Vim functionality in Babby. So like there's a visual like mode, and you can you can sort. You know, you can, you know, :Q like Vim, but some of those are memes. The other ones are like kind of interesting. Kambika says, "Where did the annoying I think you mean GNU bot go?" It's still there. It's just commented out because people found it annoying. Workspace, Anthony writes code. What I want to do is like make it so it does it occasionally, but just like very rare. But right now it's just commented out. I tried to do this and it just didn't work. For some reason, like random was always returning the same number over and over. So I don't know what was up with that. But I could try and debug that, I guess, maybe. Thankfully that one's still there. Yeah, the think one is still there. gotta have the think one. Edmund says, "Are you self-taught or boot camp or college?" So originally I was self-taught, but then I do have a college education. Although I started my college education in biochemistry and did that for 2 years before switching to computer science, and then, you know, easy moding the rest of it. I actually graduated with more biochem credits than CS credits, but I didn't end up with a degree in it. Oh, I missed your message, Mr. Orangutan, who says, "I'm a huge fan of Python. I prefer Python to other languages." Python's alright. It's my current poison of choice, I guess. It's not the best, but it gets the job done for me. I use Sublime Text with Sublime REPL. It should in theory run most languages. Oh, I have not heard of Sublime REPL. Panos Tracks got an image for me. You've exhausted my trust today, so I gotta open it in another tab. Oh, I see you're being a dick. Okay, cool. Good thing I didn't open it in a primary tab. I don't know why you got a troll today, Panos Track. Usually you're pretty nice, but I don't know what happened today, buddy. Tino says, "Was learning JavaScript and front-end frameworks, stopped after that, now starting with basics, currently bash scripting, and then going for C and Go." Interesting. People will start saying Nano instead of GNU Nano. Yeah. Oh no. Stallman's bot is back. Parsit says, "Are you rusty because you failed to DDoS Anthony while streaming? Is this the reason you dropped a couple of frames today?" I doubt it. Because the frames are on upload, not on download. And I'm pretty sure my router just drops all traffic, so... Because I closed the ports again. Index says, "After writing your own texture, are you going to write a better Python?" So actually, funny you say that. A friend of mine that I worked with at Yelp, we actually started prototyping our own programming language. That, you know, was loosely like Python, but tried to fix a lot of the problems and gripes that I have with it. Kinbiko says it's your current venom of choice. Jeez, get it right. Oh, that's funny. C-Complex says, "What do you think about using asserts for type checking or various things in normal code, not only in unit tests? Is it bad practice?" I like asserts in normal code. I know there's a a cargo cult around not doing it and being like, "Well, you'll end up accidentally writing security sensitive code, blah blah blah," and like, and as long as you recognize that assert is not actually, well, that you can turn asserts off. Not that anyone ever does. Like, I have never seen anyone run with Python-O because the optimizations enabled by that do almost nothing. The biggest thing they do is like size on disk, which no one gives a fuck. Like, you just buy a bigger disk. It's 2020. You can afford a terabyte disk. And if you have a terabyte of code, you probably have a bigger problem. Ratchet says, just ban him. He acts like a 5-year-old. Maybe we'll time him out. It's more fun though. You're right. It is fun to mess with people sometimes. This code is being integrated in GitHub, so it's kind of like that. They're making a like online editor. This is the same idea that GitHub had with Atom as well, where you just have like a you have like a hosted editor, but a little bit different, I think. Gail says, I found a guy on GitHub working on a new programming language called Hermes, and I'm contributing to the language. Oh, nice. That sounds cool. What is the language about? What's the goal? Just to do it? C-like scripting language. Looks nice. Oh, I love me some semicolons and curly braces. Nice. Looks good. I'm not being sarcastic about curly braces and semicolons. I actually do like semicolons and curly braces. But you're like, why are you using Python? Well, I don't know. because. Hey, what's up, Beta Golang? Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. It's interesting that in some places we use fn match, and in others we use match's file name. That's the wrong directory. Oh, what were we gonna do to my Twitch chatbot? Oh, we're gonna play with random. Maybe we'll do that in a second. Remind me once I finish this patch to look at trying to randomly make the GNU thing trigger. Oh, it's for his game engine? Okay, cool. Or just muffle. Yeah, I mean, I would time them out. I don't need to ban people unless they're being like actually rude. But if they're getting under my skin, I'll just time them out. If not, patterns return false. Okay. I think to fix this, if base name not in, let's just try with this first. I think that'll pass the first one, but not the second one. Oops. That fixes the test. Are you talking about you? Yes. Yes, we are talking about you. Orangutan says, bye now, have a good one. Thanks for stopping by. Hopefully I'll see you around in the future. You have new tricks for Flask. Parson says, I want to give a hug to Panos Track. He's a good person. Or she. I mean, usually you have good questions, Panos Track. I don't know why you're being so salty today. Yo. Someone... Kinesis just reached out to me on Twitter and asked me if I want to try out a demo unit. So that would be cool. Let me ask my keyboard friend who actually spends a lot of time on keyboards about that. Hey, what's up, Sika07 and Ratchet O? Thank you both for the follow. Welcome to the stream. And Scrabble, thank you as well for the follow. Welcome to the stream. It says, hi Anthony, what happened with all the issues that were fired the other day against your repeat repos? Which ones? I don't remember which ones you're talking about. I only have like 2 left in my inbox, so I've not quite gotten through it yet. Kinesis looks pretty cool. Never tried one of those split keyboards before. I've tried a split keyboard before. I was never good at it because I cheat so much. But I'm sure if I like practiced, I would get better. But yeah, that would be a kind of cool opportunity. I was spamming you with issues or emails and you complained on stream. I don't remember. I complained about a lot of stuff. So it could have been any number of things. But okay, so I think this fixes the patch, or fixes the problem. The question is, does it break anything else? My guess is that it doesn't. I wonder, Let's make an unused import in X. If I do flake8 x/dot, so that still works. This is different though. Like that, that will exclude everything. But are people really gonna do exclude dash exclude dot? I don't think so. I think this is probably fine. Oops. Need to quote that. Otherwise it expands to all of the dot files here. Okay. I think that's good. I think this is what I wanted. Fix using exclude equals dot star. Only match dot to not match dot and dot dot. It didn't quite grammar right, but it's close enough, I guess. We got around the winters. Dog food. UWTD says my fingers go all over the place. Yeah, mine do too. Oh god. Something failed up there. We'll see that in a second. Don't you hate it when you accidentally type? What is that character? If I ever type this character. Unicode data dot name CJK Unified ID Graph 9B31. Yeah, definitely hate it when I type that. Import statements are in the wrong order. Fucking stupid ass thing. Stupid ass thing. That's why we use import sorters, so we don't have those problems. And black. Alright, let's see if it's happier this time. I'm probably missing a docstring too. No blank lines allowed after function docstring. First line should end with a period. Kill me. Let's see if it's happy now. Hey, what's up, JensB6? Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Okay, that's passed. This is passed now. Cool. What? I'm gonna set up more get hooks too, so that I am less frustrated when I work on this project. Get push me head. And where is that? 632. Resolve 632. Where's that little checkbox? Which will be cool. And then we gotta set it to the right milestone. 424. I decided to fix this in 24. Oops. Let me know what you think. And if this fixes your problem. I special cased dot and dot dot such that they are not matched against the exclusion patterns. Anyway, we'll get to click this nice fun button again, which is great. Let's see, was there anything else that I wanted to do? This one's hard to do, so we're not gonna do that one. This one I kind of want to do. But I'm less interested in that one. There was something that I wanted you guys to remind me about, but I already forget. What was that? What did I want you guys to tell me to do? Did I leave myself a to-do? No. Oh, the GNU bot. Yeah. The random number generator. So I want to see what happens if I do random.random and print it out. Hey, JensB6, thank you for the subscription. Welcome to the stream again. It's good to have you though. Let's see, Bob Murphy says, what screen size do you have that the text is so large, or do you simply prefer the large text? I bump up the font size so that you guys can read it in chat. This is the font size. This is the font size here that I usually program at. But you guys would absolutely not be able to see it, and so I bump it up for just for video and for Twitch. But if you want to see my setup, I can read everything. Yeah, but not everyone has Twitch on a large screen, so I don't know. I feel like it's better to make it larger. Oh, it's a drop song. Yes. But if you want to see what my computer setup looks like, photos build. I really just need like a command that shows this. But this is my current setup. This is my old keyboard. I have a newer keyboard now. But this is a 30-inch screen, and this chunk right here is where the Twitch view is. So a 1080p chunk in this top left corner. And I put chat here, and I put OBS down here, and I have Streamlabs and my stream dashboard here, and then the YouTube playlists and some other stuff over here. This is a 27-inch screen. But I feel like this is a pretty decent size. Also, I had somebody last stream that was like, can you make your font size bigger? And I was like, no, it's already pretty big. Some have the specs under the streams, no command needed. Yeah, I haven't touched my description in a really long time. I really need to update it. But, it's mostly right. Oh my god, I totally forgot I have a Google Calendar. I haven't updated that in forever. To do. This is still accurate-ish. Yeah. Anyway, yeah, I haven't updated my description in a while because, you know, professional streamer, I guess. Felipe Crespo says, how did you do to have a border on the windows that are open? What? I'm confused. I'm confused. I don't know what you mean. Can you reword it? Maybe I'll be able to answer it? I'm not sure. Hey, what's up, leaving me? Hello, hello. Your FAQ is a to-do list, I just realized. Yes, it's pretty good. Jink J says, why do you use a virtual machine? why do you use Babby? Are you a noob? Yeah. Oh, are you asking like how I do mine? Mine is a screen capture. I'm not using window capture. Here's what my OBS looks like. I have a bunch of different scenes. So like, this is a Streamlabs overlay. This is my screen. Got two different camera views here. What else do I have on this? I guess that's it for that one. But some of my other scenes have other stuff. So like if we, this one, oh, that's my switch. There's my dot cam, right side up. This is not accurate, but it was what I was working on. Oh, I forgot to fix chat. Oh well. And then we got selfie view. But yeah, there's a bunch of stuff like that. Leaving me says, wait a minute, what is Babby? Babby's my text editor. I know you're just pulling that out of that FAQ though, but I will tell you. Teamwork, high five. Yeah, you guys did it. Hey, what's up, Koenig? Oh, that's a cute emote. Love Peak L. Oh, that was from the Valentine's Day themed what was it, sub gift, and you got emotes or something like that. But that one's a cool one. Okay, let's try and print a random number in one of these commands and see what happens. You can just handle message anything that's not handled here. Handle message dot death catch-all. See if we do that and what it'll do. Hey, what's up, Leaving Me? Thank you for the follow. Welcome, welcome. I take back the high five. Oh, do you want it? You want a high five? There we go. I got a high five. AJ Anger says, off topic probably, which keyword are you using? We've got a Bang keyboard and a Bang keyboard 2 if you want to see my keyboard stats. I think we can just return a blank response. Let's see if this works. 46, 99. See, that seems to be working. Seems to be getting nice random numbers there. Dan and Claudio Pop says, hey Anthony, can I have a pre-commit hook which is only triggered when a tag is created? I don't think Git fires any hooks for tags. But what you could do is hook up a pre-push commit, or pre-push hook, that looks for when a tag gets pushed. I think would be the way to do that. But yeah, I don't think there's any hooks that fire on get commit or on get tag itself. Man get tag. Yeah, no hooks. Man get commit. Yeah, it would have mentioned that there's some hooks down at the bottom. And get hooks. Apply patch message. Oh, if you tag with a message, maybe it does. I wonder. Oh, we already have a Git repository here. Chmod plus X git tag dash m foo. Right. We can do no verify to get this to happen. No verify. Nope. The message part of get tag does not trigger a hook either. So I don't think there's a way to do that, unfortunately. We'll leave this running at least. Let's see. So Randrage seems to be working. Why did it not work when I was doing this? Randrage 02. I can never remember if Randrage is the one that's inclusive. Randrage. This fixes the problem with randint, which includes the endpoint. So I actually probably want... Yeah, I do want randrage, and then I want to use less than. So if it's less than 10, so 10% of the time it'll trigger. Well, let's do 50% just so it's easier to trigger. Hey, what's up? One more commit. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Oh man, you got 42, Edwin. That's a good RNG there. Okay, so in theory, there should be a 50-50 chance if I type nano that it replies. Oh, it didn't reply that time. Okay, so that seems to be working. So if we set it to 10%, I think we can leave it on at 10%. Babby's not GPL'd, so it won't say GNU/Babby. But we'll see if this happens. We'll leave it on. Oh, Kimiko already triggered it. Nice. What license? It's MIT licensed. It's also not a GNU project, so it would never be GNU Babby even if it were GPL. But also I wouldn't GPL because I don't really like the GPL. So we got a question issue. I know this goes against the design philosophy. The answer is no. Yeah, sorry, it's not going to happen. As it goes against the design goals of the tool. No options. Minimize merge commit, merge conflicts. If it were to allow multiple imports on one line, that causes problems in those areas. The answer is no. Sorry. Hey, what's up, Johnny Richard Kahn? Hello, hello. Does it need to be a GNU project to license it GPL3? No, you can license anything with GPL3. But, Nano and Emacs and Linux have some are GNU projects, so. Okay, that is the same spider as yesterday. That's not a new spider. He's moved. I have a spider friend on my ceiling now. I'm just being cheeky. Okay, but I think we'll leave the Annoyatron on. I might adjust this number if it gets to be too annoying. But I think 1 in 10 is a decent chance. Please GNU plus spider. Man, if you could license a living being in. Oh, we gotta get rid of that number. Gotta get rid of this catch-all there. No, yes. It's like, why is it printing numbers to the screen? Oh, right, I did that. Right. So I said I wanted to work on some PyTest stuff today. I didn't have any plans for what I want to work on in PyTest. So I think what I'm going to do is I'm just going to open the issue tracker and do what I normally do when I try and triage issues, and maybe you guys will see some stuff. The text editor. Yeah, I know Spider. It's more of an IDE than a text editor, right? PyTest cannot execute in command line in Windows 7. What does this say? Part of me likes that error messages are translated. Parameter error. Oh, you know it's great when it's in a function called py36 Windows Console IO workaround. 523 Windows 7. Oh boy. An error 87. Oh, there's a duplicate. What? This is exactly the same error. It looks like this bug. Unless the tube fails for standard streams on Windows 7. Did it get fixed? Oh boy. Anyway, this one, it looks like a duplicate of this. This is a different problem. Maybe. Looks like this is an exact duplicate of this issue. I suspect you can fix this similar to what is suggested there, either by upgrading to Python 3.7.5 or by downgrading to 3.7.3. Easy. Is it Identical says, after a midnight snack, I'm back. Hey y'all. Hey, what's up? How's it going? pytest.doctest is set at pi raises with lc all equals c and utf-8 characters instead of .py. Yes, this is an easy one to fix. Someone already working on this. Text fixes the exception. Oops, that's not the right thing. I was like, not sure why your characters care about number of lines. It be like that sometimes. People are picky about formatting. Yep. Symbiote says, can somebody explain to me what's going on right now? You and me both, buddy. I was trying to find something in pytest to work on, and I was going through some of the issue tracker to see what's up there. And this one seems like something that's easy to fix. But I need to find the particular code and see what's up with that. But it should also be pretty easy to reproduce. And pytest cloned. Pytest dev pytest. But I'm just working on Python code. No real plans today. It's been what, 3 hours? Decent stream so far. Grep is set at pi. So let me figure out what this code is about. Oh, that was weird. I see, because it tried to run the Y command. Tricky. I see, so it's just trying to do this. Let's see. Is set at pi encoding agnostic. I'm just gonna fix this one. Testing. Doc test. We don't have any tests for this. No, great. Git grep is set at pi. Alright, well, we'll add some tests for it. Test is setup pytemp path. Actually, what does the signature of this look like? I should probably work on this screen so you guys can see it. Config path parent. Why does it have so many parameters? It doesn't use any of them. It only uses path. Right? Config unused? Yeah. And parent? Also unused. Let's fix that at least. And we can add a type to this as well. Hey, what's up, Real Jacob Jed? Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Wait, I saw you earlier. Oh, you hosted earlier. I see now. I got you. First it says, wait, what? Don't tell me that Babby doesn't support control home and control end. It does. Control home, control end. It works. What does it do on your computer? And are you on Windows? I thought it worked on Windows too. Install Babby. Control home, control end. Oh. I thought we fixed this. Control home. Oh, that they aren't. Well, it's an easy patch if you want to fix it. That's weird. Hey, what's up, CopyX Seraph? Welcome to the stream. Thank you for the follow. So, there's a map of keys here. And it looks like you just need this CTL home to, God, what is the control home? K home 5. K home 5. And then control end, which is K end 5, and then oops. And control home and control end work. So anyway, if you want to make a patch, you can submit a PR that does this. Ignore this. This is something else. But yeah, if you wanna make a patch to Babby, there you go. But yeah, patch is welcome. Make it happen. Yo! Look, we have 71, 71, 71 right now. Subscribers, points, and viewers. For those three. Screenshotted. Yeah. There's nothing sensitive here. You guys can see it. This is just the view that I see for my Twitch dashboard. a button that I never click because I don't give you guys ads because I wouldn't make any money anyway and it'd just be annoying and you guys would all leave. I don't want you to leave. Coming Sarah says, thanks, looking forward to lurking your code. Nice. Glad you can be here. Okay, so that's an easy fix. What is the type of this object? I think it's a py.path. I think it's not a nice object. We will find out. See what type it is. Oh, you screenshotted the diff patch. Oh, I see. Anna's track says, don't worry, I won't leave, even with ads. Run an ad every time whenever you do get ad. You mean like every time I typo get ad? That'd be a funny one. Be like, oh shit, I typed the wrong command, you guys get an ad now. Okay, yeah, it's a py.path. What is this file? Okay, so we can do that. Nice little type annotation there. Is this gonna complain? Run ipy files, source, pytest, doctest. Gonna be mad about a partial annotation? Hope not. Okay, cool. I don't know the full signature, so I only do one of the parameters. But that means this test here should actually use tempter so that I get a pypath object out instead. Not name setup py. Not setup py dot write. Assert not is setup py, not setup py. Failing test for some reason or another. Because I have temp path. I really do not like this new highlighting. I'm sure I'll get used to it, but for now I just don't like it. Hey, what's up, Kevin's Joburg? Hello, hello. Kimbiko says, Chenair. Submit the screenshot as an issue. That'd be funny. Pressa says, I'll provide a JSON file from the Google Cloud Vision API. Oh. Senpaz says, I've only seen py.path. Is it an old brother of pathlib.path? So pylib existed for a long time before pathlib was even like an idea. And a lot of the pathlib stuff was inspired by py.path. But pytest still uses a lot of... pytest uses a mix of both internally, which is really annoying because they're slightly different in a lot of ways. But they're pretty simple. Knowledge says, is settings in the dock by default now? No, this is part of my Puppet configuration, which puts it there. Person says, oh no, you mentioned pathlib. Here we go, boys, the rant is coming up. Panastrack, does PyPy have any difference with Python 3? Yes. It's necessarily going to be different because it's a different implementation, but it's intended to be the same as the same version of CPython. But, you know, there's always bugs. Do you mean encoding? Not really, although your strategies for making things faster are different than CPython. So usually in PyPy, if you want things to be faster, you write pure Python. And in CPython, if you want things to be faster, you write C. which is kind of at odds with each other. Now you can use things like, conditionally importing or CFFI or other stuff that makes it faster with both. But yeah, it is slightly different. Maribor says, as I know, PyPy on the level of Python 3.6. Yeah, the current PyPy 3 is 3.6. 3.7 should be out soon. I actually have a video that's going to go up later today about PyPy. So, it's super cheeky and it's super short. I had to try really hard to not laugh through the whole fucking thing, but it's a good vid. That'll go up later today. Let's see. Test is setup pi. Is a setup pi tempter. That should be passing. These tests are kind of slow. Knowledge says, I wonder if rant bingo could be helpful here. You guys want like a drinking game when I mention particular things? Oh, he's talking about Babby again. Take a shot. Oh, he's gonna answer the question about virtual machines again. Take a shot. You guys would all be dead. Let's see, source, pytest, doc test, nope, testing, test, doc test. Test is setup pi, difference encoding. Grab the euro symbol. Contents.encode CP1252. And to be more correct, coding CP1252. Do that. Assert is setup pi. That should crash. Weird that this is ending up so high up, but it's way down there. Yeah. Not underscore setup dot pi, yeah. I got you. Should you ever need again? Nice. Yeah, can easily copy and paste it there. But cool. I think I can also do Control Shift U. Is it 0080? Nope. Oh, I thought it was 80. Oh, that's the byte in CP1252. Let me take you up on that one, QO. Word. 20AC. 20AC. Yeah, there it is. Cool. Senbaz says, is there a way to run a specific test by name? Yes. So I probably should be just doing this. And that would be a lot faster. So -K is select tests based on, this is actually based on a pattern. You can select a particular test by grabbing, for instance, this string here. And then if I did pytest this string, it'll run just that one test. I usually use -k because I find that it's better. But anyway, let's fix this now. This fix should be super easy. Is setup pi. So we're gonna, instead of doing read, we're gonna do read binary. That should just fix it. Actually, let's add another test for this so that we're handling that branch as well. utils.core. Oh, and we're not using Python 3.6 yet. Ugh. So I gotta write a old school format string. Cry, cry. Do that for both of these. Cool. Fix is setup pi for files encoded differently than locale. Cool. I need to write a changelog as well. And black fixed my... fixed. It fucked up my code for me. Doc... Where do these go? Doc, en, changelog? No, we moved them. Changelog. There we go. So, we want a bug fix. This is 7180. 7180.bugfix.rst. Fix is setup pi for... Where's my syntax highlighting? Weird. For... Just copy and paste this. Or 4. And I forget the format of these, so let me check someone else's. 7061. Okay. Don't need any special stuff there. Ends in a period though. And we'll commit that. Let's see. Oh man, I'm very far behind on chat. Let me catch up. Lol, how many people just Google for special characters? Yeah, I mean, that's what I do all the time. Gabba's Play says keyboard key type. Okay, and then Parset gave you the keyboard command. Maribor says, oh stop, use Nano as your main editor. It's not actually Nano. It is my own editor called Babby. Or sorry, type Nano. Nano is alias to Babby, but I used to use Nano as my main editor, which is why I, still type Nano as a on the keyboard because it's muscle memory. I'll eventually switch over to just using Babby as what I type. But this is my own text editor that I wrote from scratch. It is loosely based on the ideas of Nano, but it has some Vim-like features like a visual mode, and you can type commands in it. Oops, Alt U. But and you can quit it like them as well. But it is my own text editor. It's different. QO says it's Babby, you heathen. Yeah, that's funny. Senpa says, wow, stir.format format is old. What do you call percent formatting now? Stone Age? Yeah. Percent formatting is yikes. Pre-Stone Age. Now it says, so Python has only just gotten string interpolation. In Python 3.6, it has f strings. Yeah. Senpa says, however, Anthony has a package that enabled it in older versions. Yes, we actually looked at this a little bit earlier today. But I wrote a thing called Future F Strings, which does some black magic fuckery with this special comment at the top of your file, which makes F strings work in, you know, older versions of Python. It's some black magic, but it's pretty good. Drink? All right. It takes a lot of time to convince the core devs about adding a feature. Yeah, F strings was a battle, man. Alias Nano to shock you. Yeah, get shock therapy from my terminal. That'd be pretty good. Dan Claudio Pop says, while working on those tests, I saw that most of the code were using double quotes. Do you prefer single quotes? I prefer single quotes, but black forces them all to double quotes. I actually have a tool that does the opposite of black here, which changes double quotes to single quotes. But I am just one of the maintainers. They wanted the double quote, so whatever. I can still type my single quotes and let it do its thing. Oh yes, the GNU bot is broken. Dang it. All right, let's fix that. Well, let me push this first. Oh, this fucker. Before I could type get and then tab and it would go to my aliases. But now there's this get k thing, which I don't know what that does. Other than be annoying. But we can do this. Include documentation. Nah, not a new feature. Include new tests. Yes. Did a changelog. I am good at this. I've been in the authors for a long time, presumably. Because I am part of core. But that was fun. That feels good. Oh, I forgot to do the resolves text. Dang it. What is get show name only? 7180. Resolves 7180. Hey, what's up? Null Yuki? Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. I took a stab at this in 7186 using binary read to avoid encoding issues. Hey, what's up, Maribor XD? Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Sorry, I'm just trying to figure out where I was in chat before I got distracted by whatever I was doing. Double quotes, alias Nano to shock you. Oh, we were gonna fix the GNU bot. Yeah, we gotta do that. Like the Walrus operator. Yo, the Walrus operator was even more of a throwdown. Strike says, you passed my question because I'm being a dick today. Probably. And what was your question? What are tests useful for? Make sure that you don't break stuff, I guess. Bash 1750 says Python and then what face? Yeah, your name is Bash, so I'm a little sus. Hey, what's up, Rashanab and Lil Bios? That's a cool name. Thank you for the follows, both of you, and welcome to the stream, Lil Bios. This is a Lil Bios. It says knowledge is that one is some stupid marketing that says don't change your language with color. Arjuna Feared says, what are we doing here? I was just working on Python, some art, open source stuff. Bash 1715 says, when I find in Google, I get nothing. What are you looking for? Bash 1750. Marber XD says, is this a special trap with your editor alias for people who come on the stream for the first time? No, it's because I've been slowly conditioning myself to type Babby. I only started working on my text editor about 6 months ago, and it's only been good enough to use for about 2 months. So it's new to me as well. Although it's probably like 3 or 4 or 5 months at this point, because you know, double time during quarantine. Rashanab says, just stumbled across your stream. Do you code AI? Are you asking if I write if statements? Because I do write if statements. I write lots of if statements. God, I'm such a dweeb, laughing at my own stupid jokes. But no, I don't do like machine learning stuff. Mostly just because I haven't learned any of it, and it doesn't seem that interesting to me. But I don't know, could be something I do eventually. But I have not thing with that yet. Beyond like Hello World and like, you know, import NLTK and play with some stuff, but nothing too invested. Track says, I can do the test myself. Why do I need talks or something similar? I mean, you don't. But it does make it easier for like contributors and other people that don't know your specific set of commands and workflows to get set up and working on your project quickly and easily. I think that's more of the selling point. Like, sure, you don't need makefiles. You could run the C compiler 1,000 times, but makefilers are kind of, you know, useful, I guess. Adding complexity makes you look cooler and adds more to your salary. All right, Parsit. All right, buddy. Yeah, I make 1,000 times more when I put a talks.ini file in my repo, because, you know, 1,000 times 0 is still fucking 0. Umijala says, can you explain Pilot versus flake8? I recently realized Pilot would have caught a mistake I made, but many of the things they catch also seem to be exactly the same. So I talked about this a little bit earlier in the stream, but I'll give you a short recap. So flake8 is a plugin. I guess they're both plugin frameworks, but there's very few plugins for Pilot, and there's a bajillion plugins for flake8. But Pilot implements a lot of linting rules that are high false positive rates, but they aim more for a low false negative rate, and so you'll often get a lot of lint errors that are more like nitpicky, in my opinion. But Pilot also does dynamic analysis, where it'll import code and kind of look at the types and stuff. Whereas flake8 is almost entirely static analysis. There's no like particular, you know, special recursing code. So that's kind of the difference between the two. Bash says, can you suggest some AI projects? I don't know any. Jones Joberg says, not even kidding, but my fiance's water just broke. Gotta run. Congratulations, man! Go, go, go! Don't watch my stream. Go do baby things. Congrats, man. But yeah, good luck. It's identical says, wait, I thought all of your linters are powered by AI. Yeah, they come from my brain, and my brain splats the if statements into the codes. Panastrack says, is San Francisco expensive to live? Yeah, it's fucking, it's hella expensive. Super expensive. Rashanab says, I found Argon IDE recently. It makes learning AI coding a lot easier. I've never heard of that. Probably also because I've never done AI coding. Argon IDE. Oh, this is spelled wrong. Okay. Is it this one? What? Is it this one? This one sounds more like the thing. Am I too young / old to become a programmer? Amazing. Okay, I think it's this thing. But yeah, let's fix the nano thing. Workspace, Anthony Rett's code, TwitchBot. GNU, please. Okay, so these numbers are wrong. This should be message, and this should be word. Ugly. still ugly. So the problem was that I had numbered things. Let's see. Let's try this now. Well, let's bump this up to 90% probability. And we can type, hello, I used to use Nano, but now I use Babby. Okay, that looks better. I used to use GNU plus Nano, but now I use Babby. It must have been RNG. I should have set it at 100%. What am I doing? God damn it. Why is it not triggering? Kinbiko, what are you trying to get me to do? Lil Bios says, how did you get your camera on your keyboard? Are you ready for this? This is super jank. It's so jank that I took a picture of it and I posted it on Twitter. That's how jank this is. This is my setup right now. So there's this camera here that's sitting on a mason jar which has a frog planter and some like sand and stuff in it. But this is my big brain play for recording my keyboard. So if you ever see me like doing this as I'm like typing out code, it's because I have a fucking camera in front of my face. But yeah, it's a bit of a mess. But yeah, that's how I record my keyboard. I have a separate camera for it. But I didn't buy this just to do keyboard cam. I bought this because I'm planning to continue on some electronics projects. If I can show you what I built so far. Well, I didn't really build anything. I just have a device and I flashed it. It's my box. So a couple streams back, I was working with the Arduino Uno, which is this little device here. I know like fuck all about electronics, so I don't really know what I'm doing. But this is the Arduino Uno, and we flashed some code to it on that stream that allowed me to plug this into my Nintendo Switch and press key presses in like you program one thing and it just mashes that key forever. But what I want to do is I want to take the device and breadboard some stuff and hook it together with no, not those. Those are the but maybe also those. But I want to like plug it together with this is a little Bluetooth chip, which I should be able to wire into the board and then receive signals from the Bluetooth chip and then like control my Switch with my phone, and like maybe do like macro stuff on my phone or something cool like that, or like control it with my laptop or other stuff like that. That's the eventual plan. But I don't know. I need to pick a date and like stream all that stuff again, because I'm kind of excited to work on it, but I don't have like all of the equipment ready. And I also am going to assemble a keyboard as well. So I got the... Oh, does that show my address? Did I show my address? Hopefully I didn't show my address. Damn. Can somebody tell me whether I showed my address on stream? It's on the front of this package. So if you saw the full package, that purple thing, it would have showed my address. Anyway. This is the BDN9, which is a 9-key keyboard that I'm gonna put together, mostly so I can like switch streams on my Twitch stream without like manually futzing around with OBS, which is what I do right now. But I plan to assemble this on stream as well. But I need electrical tape to do both of those things, so. I'm currently waiting on an Amazon order to bring in electrical tape, but then I'll be working on those, which will be pretty good. Hey, what's up, Shoji22? Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. But yeah, that's why I have the keyboard cam. It's not actually for keyboards, but it also works for that as well. Let's see. Yeah, I don't know why the GNU Plus thing isn't working. It's kind of weird. Lil Bio says innovative. Yeah. What's happening? Your AI took over the chat. Yeah. But yeah, this is pretty whack. Kambiko says that sourdough starter is weird AF. You SF people shaking my head. Yeah, this isn't a sourdough starter. I don't have a sourdough starter, but a lot of people do. Nice. I need to reread the directions on backporting because it's changed since I worked on the project more often. With some duct tape, you could probably attach the camera arm to the top of your monitor so it's less obtrusive. So I tried that, and when it's on top of my screen... Oh, do I want to do this? No, this is risky. We're just going to leave it. When it's on top of my screen, it like zooms out so you can see my legs, and I don't really want that. Like the camera kind of needs to be in the spot that it is to capture like almost exactly this area. So it's just gonna stay this way, and I'm just gonna deal with it being janky, and that's just the way things go, I guess. Yeah, I don't know that you guys want to see my legs. Panstrike says, nice, we're gonna see some C++. It'll probably be more C than C++, but yes. Twitch plays some Switch game. Yeah, I think, like, oh yeah, I could probably get, like, Twitch plays Sword and Shield. I could probably make that happen. It should be pretty cool. Pokemon, you know. Kimiko says it didn't show. Nice, cool. Now you guys won't mail me stuff. This is good. Don't know where I live. Definitely didn't show your address, but don't be surprised when we come knocking on your door after the quarantine is over. Oof. Neely says, is it because you were testing with GNU plus nano, not nano as a whole word? Yeah, it's supposed to notice that as well. So it's supposed to notice like this as a word and then search through it and see if you have GNU plus that. And then tell you that it's correct, but it didn't do that for some reason. Let me comment this out and try this again. Marlboro says, are your legs terrible? God damn it, guys. No, they're not terrible. Want to see my legs? Here you go. You can Twitch TOS now. Got some leg on stream. Taskful says foot fetish are disappointed now. Nano didn't work either. Yeah, something is weird about this. I don't know what's up with this. It's almost like it's never responding. Alright, let's try this. Hello, Nano. I gotta be careful with what I print here. P match word. That looks right. Let's see, GNU plus nano. Match message. What the fuck? It works now. I don't understand. Kanbika says reporting this to Twitch. I can't believe you delivered that lick. Anthony deserves more subs. Dude is a king. Alright, guys. Pun Muncher says unsubscribe. You're not even subscribed, buddy. Yes, Ace Tilly plus legs. Legs have been clipped at least 5 times. Great. Oh, damn it, guys. So my current joke is that every day is leg day, which it's not actually a joke. Because it's in this account. No, we can just open this here. Because because since quarantine, well, since I recovered from probably the coronavirus, I have been biking every single day. Gotta update today's. Oh, I'm logged in the wrong account. Oh, find out. Okay, we're just not gonna update them. But yeah, I bike a lot. And actually, let me show you this funny photo. So usually when I'm on my bike machine, I also play Pokemon at the same time, and I like to grind shiny Pokemon. So let me show you my current setup. Do this. Do this account and compose to me. But yeah, I have oh fuck, I just sent it without attaching anything. Like an idiot. Attach file. Here we go. But yeah, I like to catch shiny Pokemon, so I also have a spreadsheet for that as well. This is my shiny Pokemon spreadsheet, where I have 100%ed everything through Gen 7, and I'm currently working on Gen 8. This is my like to-do list and like planning and stuff. But I have a lot of shiny Pokemon. I have like almost 800 shiny Pokemon. But let me show you my current setup that I'm doing to yeah, here we go. How do I save this? Save. But this is my current setup. This is me on my bike machine, and I have 5 different games that I'm playing at the same time. This is Omega Ruby. This is Sword and Shield. This is Pokemon X in Spanish on a Japanese 3DS. And this is Ultra Moon? Ultra Sun? One of the two? I don't know. But I'm also doing 5 different methods of shiny Pokemon at the same time. So this game I'm doing Dex Nav for unknowns. This game I'm doing just random encounters. This game I'm doing raids. This one I'm doing Friend Safari, and this one I'm soft resetting for something. So it's a lot, but anyway, that's my current setup when I bike every day. But anyway, you should do Legs Explains. It will be hilarious. I don't think that's gonna happen. Just visited Kitboga and he's writing Python. Oh, I see. Ryder Satilli. Yeah, it's true. Nintendo fanboy detected. I'm not really fanboy. I just play a lot of Pokemon. Jamie Pratt says Jesus. Kamiko says, what's with the Spanish plus Japanese 3DS? So there's 2 reasons that I wanted a Japanese 3DS. The first reason is a lot of Pokemon events only come to Japan and not to the US. And so I wanted a way to get Pokemon events that were Japan exclusive. And I also wanted to get Bank before it came out in the US, because it came out in Japan like 6 months earlier than in the US. So I imported a Japanese 3DS to play Pokemon. And you can pick the language of the game, and I thought English would be boring. Plus there's this shiny Pokemon method in the game where if you have 2 Pokemon that are different languages, then they have a much higher chance of their offspring being shiny. And so by playing through the game in Spanish, which I actually know Spanish like decently well, not great, like not conversational, but I can mostly understand stuff. But yeah, so I played through in Spanish to get a Pokemon that makes it easier to breed shiny Pokemon. C Complex says, show the address again so we can send a proper stand for a keyboard can. And Panos Track replies with my IP address. Solid. Maribor says, you crazy, you may be one of the best in such crazy things. Yeah, I take my obsessions very seriously. Your pytest PR failed the coverage checks. Yeah, code cov is garb. I added coverage, so there's no fucking way that I decreased it. So like, this is just CodeCov is garbage. CodeCov doesn't know what he's talking about. But Lemwars56 says, how do you see chat in the terminal? The way I see chat in the terminal is I have a chat bot. I was actually working on it right now to fix something, but I don't think I changed anything, right? I just debugged it and then the problem went away. See, this is the thing that I saw before. Like, sometimes it just didn't respond. But let's put it back to 10%. Oops. That was weird. Don't know what happened there. Hey, that's up, Leoters1. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. But yeah, I have a chat bot, and if you want the chat bot, oh, Parser already linked it. Perfect. Hey, what's up, Lemors56? Thank you for the follow. Welcome, welcome. But yeah, it's a fun little bot. It has some fun stuff. Curl-T keyboard cam. Yeah, I don't think that's gonna work. Manstrike says, have you watched Silicon Valley? I've seen like 5 minutes of one episode where they talk about the pescatarian. And the only reason I've seen that is because somebody was like, well, what is your dietary restrictions? And I'm like, I'm a pescatarian. And they're like, don't you mean a pescatarian? And I was like, what the fuck are you talking about? That isn't a thing. But then I watched the clip and like, kind of funny. And actually, the CEO of Yelp is in that clip, which is fun. Which is fun, but yeah, that's that. All right, I gotta figure out how this backport thing works, but I also have a bunch of other emails, so let me get through those first. Okay, that one's that approval. This one. Oh, I think this is just getting merged. This got merged, or this got closed because I merged this PR. Or I didn't merge it, but Bruno merged it. Yep, will do. I gotta backport this one too. So we'll figure out how that goes. But it's probably just me following directions, which will be not so bad. And the rest of them are pre-commit stuff, which we can look at in a sec. Pyro says, hi, thanks for working on open source software. I mean, if you want to thank me for working on open source software, there's a donation. No, I'm just fucking with you. I wish I made money off it, but I don't. Alex says, quick question, can you specify class as a type annotation, not the object of some class, but a subclass of that class? Yes. So let's make class D pass, class E pass. And so let's say we have a function. So you don't want an instance of a class. If you did this, and then you were trying to say like this is okay and this is an error, this will not work with MyPy. You'll see that, oh, invalid syntax. I forgot a colon. You'll see that this is incompatible, and it actually gives you a hint about what you need here. And the fix for this is to use typing.type, import type. And so instead of :C, which is saying X must be an instance of C, you say that it must be a type of C, or a type that is a subclass of C. So you can see that T of C is okay. And if we were to do T of E here and uncomment that, you'll see we get an error. Incompatible type E, expected type C. So typing.type is what you want there. Anastrike says, are you really a pescatarian? Yes. Yes, indeed. Ibiko says, my least favorite ex-coworker confused pescatarian with presbyterian. Oh no. I didn't correct him, and I hope nobody has corrected him yet. It was a good day. Oh my god, that's great. Usually when I talk to people, I just say I'm a vegetarian, because that's much easier than saying, oh, I'm a pescatarian. What's that? Oh, I'm a vegetarian, but I eat fish. And vegetarian's close enough. And honestly, most of the most of my meals nowadays are just purely vegetarian anyways. Marbush says, is there any paper to properly use the type annotation? So there's PEP 484, which defines how they work. And this mostly has descriptions about all the various cases and places you would need it. But a lot of it is really just like, oh, why did I do the link when I could do the fancy command there? But yeah, most of it is really just like doing a lot of typing of stuff and like getting good at the different patterns there. I'm a vegetarian, but I still want to drink Guinness. Danistrek says, when did you stop eating meat? I have never eaten meat as part of my diet. I have had meat a handful of times, but I have largely I've been vegetarian or pescatarian my entire life. Like, for instance, I've never consumed steak. Like, not once. Which makes Never Have I Ever really easy to win. Although, man, right about high school, I stopped winning at Never Have I Ever. Yeah. That's the way life goes, though. Okay, let me figure out the directions for backporting, since I need to refresh myself on that. Is my brother the same? No, he eats meat. Is it in this contributing doc? Or the releasing doc? I hope it's in one of these. Report bugs, fix bugs, write documentation, submit plugins, pull requests. Aha, pre-commit. What? This isn't true. This is also a user install. Well, we can just remove that because it's not true. I wonder who added that. This is just wrong. Who approved this? Oh well. Why did this get merged in? Anyway, we'll just remove that line because it's not at all correct. I hate RST. Do you guys know whether I'm supposed to have a second colon? Here? I think so, maybe? Move incorrect note about requiring admin install. Hey, what's up, Chev Sky? Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. He eats meat sounded weird. I didn't say he eats dick. I said he eats meat. You're the one that made it dirty. Let's see. Does this render properly? Yes, it does. Oh. What did I click on? Why did it color this whole section yellow? Anyway. Let's continue reading this stock. Test, join development team. Damn. Okay, I don't think it's in the docs anymore. Unless it's in one of these ones. I don't think we have an internal doc though. Fuck. Alright, we're gonna figure out where this is set up. This is my bad. I should know how this works. That's an old issue. Oh, it's probably when we changed to the features brand. Here we go. This one. Can't tell me who to blame. Yeah. This one. Doesn't tell about backporting, does it? Oh, maybe it's just the same directions as before. Should reread this doc. I'm pretty sure I signed off on it and read it already. I've just forgotten about it. 6571. Alright, I'm just gonna follow the 4.6 directions and yeah, that goes. Okay. So we need to backport this to 54x. Can't pull FF only. Git checkout origin 5.4.x -p backport. Number is this 7179. Git cherry pick -m1. Or well, git log origin master. So we will git cherry pick -m1 this. No. Why does this have pypy? Must just be a mistake. As pytest 5.4 does not support Python 2. And cherry pick, continue. Taka CSD says, hello, what kind of program are you running right now? I'm working on the test framework called pytest. I'm currently just doing some little things to kind of get back into the mix. Because I took a bit of a hiatus from the project, but I'm getting back in it now. This is some crazy Git wizardry? Yeah, it's a little bit of crazy Git wizardry. I was supposed to edit the commit message, wasn't I? Look at this. On 2.7 and Python 3.4 closed. This issue that I made, then this thing. Yep, I wrote these directions. Cherry pick -m1. Open a PR. Targeting 46x. Prefix with 46. Okay. Why does it not have the message in here? Anyway, we can grab the message when we make the PR. We want to target 54x. .4. Why do I feel like I did this wrong? Seems way more manual than before. Let me double check someone else's backport and see if theirs looks similar. Here we go. Oh yeah, he just has the merge message there. Maybe I should just do that instead. Hey, what's up, Michelangelo? If that's spelled funny. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Taka CSD says, man, your typing says everything. I'm sure you're a pro at what you do. I kind of know what I'm doing. Hey, what's up, Samuel616 Lilith? Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Hope your day is going well. Mine's going pretty well. Can't complain. I mean, I could complain, but you guys probably don't want to hear me complain, right? There's no fun in that. Okay, so there's that one, and I need to backport the other one as well. This one? No. This one. Penistrax says, I want to hear what's wrong in your day. Wouldn't mind hearing your complaints. I just feel like they would be a little bit petty, you know? Oh look, CodeCup figured its shit out. Nice. Oh, I should have marked the other one as backported. We have the two tags, right? 179. And then backported. Cool. Cool, cool, cool. Alright, this is green, it has an approval, so I'm going to merge it and then backport this one as well. Master, git pull prune, git show, 7186. Git checkout origin 5.4.x-b backport 7186. Git cherry pick -m1 origin /master. And that applied cleanly. Git push hastily head. You feel petty? No, I feel like you guys would think that my complaints are petty. I don't think they're petty, otherwise I wouldn't complain about them. Why would I think myself is petty? 5 4x 4 pull request. Cool. That's easy. Easy peasy. What do we got notifications for? This one required a manual resolution where I dropped the PyPy line in talks nice, and 5.4.x does not support FM2. Hey, what's up, Sikugus? Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Edmund says, what sounds better for a budget app? Asking you for your total amount of expenses or asking if you have this expense? If so, how much is that expense? I feel like, I mean, it depends. Like, if you're doing like a step-by-step app, the second one sounds better. If you're doing just like a bulk data entry, the first is probably better. But it's up to you. You get to design your app, right? Hey, what's up, R4is1? Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Chups to the Max says, what does -m1 do? You actually wrote ML, but M1. So this is applied to both cherry pick and revert. Git cherry pick dash help, and it has to do with cherry picking merge commits. And apparently it stands for the parent number. I didn't actually know what this stood for. I just know that that command does what I want it to do. Which is yeah, which is only because I've typed the command so many times that I know what it does. But yeah, it picks the merge parent to pull the commit from. And usually you cannot cherry pick a merge because you do not know which side of the merge should be considered the main line. This option specifies the parent number starting from 1 of the main line that allows cherry pick to replay the change relative to the specified parent. I don't know what that means, but I really only use -m1. But I use that same flag for both cherry pick and revert. Hey, what's up, Paralo45? Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. It's okay, you can tell them, or you can DM me if you don't feel like saying it. No, it's all good. And hello again, Sikugus. Hello, hello. Dash machine learning, right? Kanbiko, decide which parent you want to live with. That's like, that's not that inaccurate. That's really what it is. Hey, what's up, the Endless River? Hello, hello. An exhausting day. Not used to this anymore due to Corona. I see. Okay, but we did some stuff. Let's see, we're 4 hours in. Probably work on some more things. Let's see. I hate the new notifications. It's so bad. So bad. I'm just gonna click done and handle it through my email. Because at least I can read my email. Okay, so we have a pull request to review. This is on pre-commit. So this is not, or pre-commit hooks. This is not a flake8 or pytest, but I hope you guys will be okay with this. Actually, I'm gonna go fill up my water because I'm out again and I'm thirsty. So I will be right back. We will protect our homeland! Welcome back. Aw, they didn't run the pre-commit hooks. God, there's a certain irony to committing to a project and not running the, committing to a pre-commit project and not running the pre-commit hooks. Also a commit that says fix linting error issues that still is failing the linting issues. This isn't the full patch. I don't know what's going on here. Oh, there we go. Is complete. Value is not none, and value.strip.ends with. Should probably be a little more specific. I would do rstrip back r back n. That way, something that has trailing white space but a backslash at the end isn't considered a continuation. Linting is saying you need arrow none on this function. That's cool. I like this. Cool. That patch is easy, although this is exactly what I said is a problem. So their test is gonna fail. Space after a backslash, I believe, is not valid for a continuation. Anyway, that one's easy. Hashtag today in open source. Yeah, I should probably write one of those. PR to pre-commit, didn't run the pre-commit hooks. I'll do that later. We can do that later. Oh, man. Anyway, that looks fine. What is this other email? Oh, it's the same guy. Was this his original issue? Yes. It's very rare that somebody like comes to something like this happens to me all the time. Like they messaged at 4 a.m. PDT. I replied like 5 hours later. Okay. Like, would you be interested in working on it? And then usually it's just a radio silence forever. Never responding. Splash to slash to splash turns Scyther into a Magikarp. Heck yeah. JB Pratt says, if only we had a tool that would run it for us on a pull request. I know. I'm gonna make it happen. It's gonna exist. Although I can't just keep saying that to make it exist. I need to actually work on it. Oh, that'll be a thing. How do they title these? Okay, that's what I thought. Oh, they just didn't follow directions. I see. What is failing here? Can code Kev. Handle sig pipe / broken pipe error. This is a fun one. I hate that this is not the default behavior. Shazzerbot says this MIPS project and me. You poor guy. Angeline X says I'm back to rant. What are you gonna rant about, buddy? React Native camera doesn't freaking work. I mean, I'm not sure why that surprises you. Wow, we're at exactly 3,700 followers. Oh, speaking of followers, I missed 2 of them. Hey, what's up, Gray Plays? And, oh no, I can't say your name. I don't know how to say it. This. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. I don't understand your name though, so sorry about that. Gray Plays says, "Yo, I'm a simple man." It's good. It says strength. Okay. Ask Google Translate. Oh. Do me. Hello. It's alright. Okay. Why not play with something fun rather than painful like React? True. I follow Python Workshop. Oh, I see Python Workshop. I follow Python Workshop. Nice. But yeah, let's see if there's a lot of open pull requests right now, which I'm gonna have to do a bunch of review later. But let's continue through the issues like we were looking at before. Oh, I already looked at this one. I already commented on that one. Halting pytest.main. I already looked at that one too. This one is pretty annoying. I can show you what it looks like. This is weird. Why do we ever set... That's wild. But yeah, this doesn't allow you to debug because of contest import error here. It is a little annoying. I definitely think it would be better if it didn't do that. I don't know. Dude Rat says, okay, off to a super late meeting. Have a nice night, Anthony. Thanks for stopping by. I'll see you around in the future. Oh man, I'm getting to that like sleepy, yawny, kind of in a dazed part of the stream where I'm like, what do I want to do? I don't know. Print statements get captured once there is a login call less than or equal to the log cli level on macOS, but not Windows. That's weird. Let's try their code on macOS and Windows. Well, we'll try it out on all 3 because why not? How do they set this up though? Conftest.py. And test.py. Test this. Tests. So they got that output. Oh. Test.py, sure. What do you mean no tests? Or maybe that's what it's supposed to do. No, apparently not. Where did that file go? Oh. Testing.py. And the music stopped. Go back to playing, please. Okay, is this what they get? Oh, we need this. Log high level equals critical, hook is printed. Warning, hook is not printed. Is printed. Hook is not printed. Okay. Is this what they expect or not? Oh, they don't expect this. I don't expect that either. That's kind of weird. Max says, is this a 24-hour stream? No. It's probably a, 15 more minutes kind of stream. Or it says, do something that gives you chills. I don't know. I don't know what gives me chills. I don't know if there's any programming that gives me chills. PHP says Kanbiko, yeah. First it says, for example, I work on a custom script that does a lot of automation for me and integrates IRC and P2P. Which P, like BitTorrent sort of peer-to-peer, or like what other peer-to-peer do you have? Hey, what's up, Sarcastic Dante? Hello, hello. John Will says, sapping in here then, what's the project? I'm working on pytest, which is a testing framework for Python. Yeah, I'm just working on like little bugs and stuff. PAAS is PHP as a software. Yeah. Chemisen says, this week was the first time I've ever tried coding. Picked Python and I'm playing around with Plotly. Awesome. Good to hear you're trying out new stuff and hopefully you're learning and, making some progress there. Hey, what's up, Zhao Demu? Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. But yeah, I want to try this on Windows because it seems weird. Command scripts activate, install pytest, make dir tests. Pip install Babby. Babby test slash conftest.py. We'll grab their conftest again. And then test slash testing.py. So this is pytest test, which looks like that. And what was the command line argument they had? Log cli level equals warning. Oh, interesting. That's very weird. Very weird. I don't know what's going on there. That's wild. Angel Linux says, does anyone want to fix this? What is this? Oh, React native camera. Expected behavior. It should work. Oh boy, Gradle errors. Never mind. Don't want to look at it. Ah, hides from Gradle. Oh no! Is my bot no longer a sub? Fuck! Why did it print the... Oh no! I don't think my bot is subbed to me anymore. I'll fix that after the stream. That's annoying. It has the sub badge, but it's not displaying the emotes properly. Can anyone use the emotes right now? And thunk. Yeah, I can pythunk. That's weird. Shazrobot says, does anyone want to fix this kappa? Oh my god, no. Nobody wants to fix this. This is your MIPS assembly? Nope. No, thank you. npm react great java gradle. That's too many swear words. You're right, Movie Jamala. Yeah, that's weird. My bot is not able to emote right now. Even though it has the sub badge. Tier 1 subbed for 10 months. That is weird. I don't know what to think about that. It was working earlier in the stream, so... This is weird. For what it's worth, it looks like Windows is the odd one out here. I see output UC on macOS as well. The server says, did you ever have a dumpster fire? Not a physical one, but I have definitely seen some technical dumpster fires. But, yeah. Oh man, I need to go through like all of the pytest issues. Last time I triaged, I think there were like 560, and there's a new like 600 issues since then. Although a lot of them have been triaged. But yeah, I'm getting to the point in the stream where I'm groggy and tired, so I think I'm gonna sign off here. So let me do my little spiel, and then we'll find some channel to raid. But if you like the content and you want to check out more, I upload all my previous content to youtube.com/AnthonyWritesCode. And I've also been working on this cool series where I explain stuff similar to how I do in chat, and that's this Anthony Explain series, so check that out. There'll be a new video up there later today. It'll be a very, very short one, the shortest one I've made so far. Hey, what's up? Tremisem, thank you for the follow. Welcome right as I sign out. Lightspeed says, have a good rest of the day. Hopefully you do too as well. Cheers to you as well, Kinbiko. And I usually stream on Saturdays at 11 a.m., although now that I'm unemployed, I've been streaming a lot more. And I announce my streams in 2 places. One of them is on Twitter, which is twitter.com/codewithanthony. And I usually announce something along the lines of like, I'm gonna stream in 70 minutes, and like usually the stuff that I'm working on. Yeah, so you can follow me there to get updates there. Or you can visit the Discord, which we have a Discord for anyone. It's not subscribers only. Anyone can join. We talk about programming and stuff, and there's some good, memes and such. But you guys are all free to join that. But thank you for stopping by, and let's go grab some raids.